All right, so first order of business, roll call, please.
All right, yes, thank you. I'll go ahead and take roll call. I'll start with Chair Grumbine,
Present?
Vice Chair House,
I'm here.
Commissioner Butler,
Here.
Commissioner Dorden,
Here.
Commissioner Drury,
Here.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Here.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Here.
Commissioner Manuel is absent, and Commissioner Uli.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. Thank you.
All right, great. So we'll go on to item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion. Anyone in the audience for that? No? All right, so let's go to our virtual audience.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioner. So I'll go ahead and go over Zoom public comment. So at this time, if any member of the public would like to speak on general public comment, please raise your hand to indicate that you would like to speak, and I will call on you. So I do see one hand raised from Simone Aquila. I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Oh, hi. I'm wondering if I might be on the wrong time because I was calling to speak about the African American and Black context statement. Is that later?
Oh, yes, that'll actually be item officially number 1, but we'll just go through, we have A, B, C, D, E to go through for just our regular general business. And so it'll be shortly.
Okay, I'll wait. Thank
Probably
you.
like next 10, 15 minutes. Okay, great.
All right, so I don't see any more hands raised, and I'll go over written correspondence. We did receive written correspondence from Virginia Railing, and with that, I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right. Great, thank you. So we'll close public comment. On to item B, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of August 17th, 2022.
Motion to approve minutes.
Right out of the gate. Good.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Uli, second by Vice Chair House. Under discussion, any edits?
No, sir.
All right, looking good. Roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Abstain.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
All right, on to item C, approval of the consent calendar, August 31st, 2022.
Motion to approve the calendar.
Motion by Commissioner Uli. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Drury. Under discussion, or actually to staff and for summary and on the consent calendar.
Trying to pull it up here. I'll just run through it. I'm having some issue with the Adobe. So item A was for 1538 APS. The action was for final approval. Item B was for 1407 East Cabrillo Boulevard. The action was for project design approval and final approval. Item C was for 26 Chapala Street. The action was for project design approval with a continuance back to consent for final approval. And item D was for 701 Chapala Street. The action was for approval of a review after final. The reviewers were House and Manual for items A through C and House for item D. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions about the consent calendar?
Yes, Chair, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Commissioner Ensberg, I saw you first, and we'll go.
Oh, okay. I had, thank you, Chair Grumbine. I had a question on item C and item D. Should I just?
Sure.
Okay, on C, I was curious about the elevations, the light fixtures that are on the wall that surround the property, and I was just wondering if it were possible. It seemed like there were a lot of light fixtures when I was looking at it, and I thought that it might be possibly appropriate to just have light fixtures where the openings were, because they also have light fixtures on the building itself, and it just seemed a little excessive. So I just noted that when I was looking it over, and just wanted to put that out there, if that's appropriate.
I may respond to that, yes.
As our
that-
lighting expert as well as.
That issue did come up, and that's why it was returned to the next consent calendar meeting because they didn't have a proper cut sheet, so I didn't know the color temperature, and it was not really an appropriate style of lantern. It was more craftsman. So to come back with something more appropriate and the proper information on it, it was asserted that there's a lot of foot traffic in that area and it's pretty dark. So it seemed like it was reasonable to, provide a little more low level of illumination with these lanterns, but I want to make sure of what the illumination level is when I see it again.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would just offer that, having it at where the entries are is helpful to know where to go in, and maybe there's another way of having it more in the landscape instead of just these lanterns, so many of them. So just for you, and thank you very much on that. And then on D, 701 Chapala, I was curious, I was looking throughout the document, and they have a chevron tile that they show, but I didn't see any indication as to where it occurs. I'm assuming it's on the inside of the building somewhere.
No, it's a wainscot underneath the counter where you order.
On the outside of the building?
Yeah.
Okay, I looked, but I guess I
It
didn't
does
see
show
that.
on the elevations. It's kind of faint, but it is there.
Okay. Okay,
All right.
thank you.
I was thinking you'd be more concerned about the roof equipment screening. But, we had quite a bit of discussion about it, and it seemed like it was probably the best solution, so.
Did they put a chevron pattern all over that?
Yeah, exactly.
Commissioner Lenvick?
Yeah, regarding 1407 East Cabrillo, that was only for the removal of a tree.
Correct. And we saw a
And-
picture of the tree, and it was
Yeah, I
nearly
saw
dead.
that. Staff, we've not had any response to their prior presentation to us over a year ago? We objected to parking and a number of things on the site, and I didn't know if that's gone away or what.
I believe, I did see something come in recently, but I believe there's a case planner, and I can follow up with her. I think she pretty much gets anything going on that site, so I'll
Thank
follow
you.
up with her, sure.
All right. Any other questions or discussion with about the consent? All right. Well, we have a motion and a second. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Drury,
Yep.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
Okay. On to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. All right, to staff, is there?
I do have a couple announcements. First of all, just to let you know, Commissioner Manuel will be absent for today's meeting. And secondly, that the annual recruitment for advisory group members is in progress. So any resignation must be received by Wednesday, September 21st, in order for that position to be included in this round of recruitment. And applications are due by Monday, October 10th for anyone that wants to re-up. And we'll send you a separate email if that applies to you as well. But just wanted to let you know. And that's all from me at this time.
All right. Oh. Yeah, and so I'll jump in with one. We met with the building department, head of the building department and plan checker, and regarding the using the historic building code and what HLC likes to see, which is not double pane glazing. So they were really great, and we kind of talked through a couple of items, and we're going to put together specific things that we want to put forward to them, and then they will respond. They'll look at it and respond. But it was a very nice meeting, and I think that the new building officials is going to work very well with HLC. So
Mr. Chair,
yes.
there was an item on the consent agenda where there is a question concerning the use of the historic building code. So if you would remind me to give you the specifics of that, that might be a useful one to discuss.
Okay, great. Thanks. Oh,
I
yeah.
have one announcement.
Oh, yes.
Just to let you all know that council did designate the 1201 Las Alturas a landmark last week. So
Yes.
that's done.
So, we have another great landmark. All right. Okay, another announcement, just, I'll be stepping down from item 2, but the quorum-wise, I don't think there should be an issue. Any other stepping downs or anything else we need to know about? I don't think there was anyone needing to leave early, so. Okay, I think that's it. Oh, there will be, I guess, one thing to, yeah, because this is probably a good time to announce it. On, what is it, September, I think 20th-ish? Yeah, there's going to be a, Commissioner Ensberg, myself, and Ms. Hernandez, in conjunction with the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation and the city, are going to be doing kind of a overview and Q&A regarding the historic style guide and the new ordinance and design review, and sort of all kind of a big picture zoom out view for those who don't know the process, and both on the architect side of things and new architects and that, and also owners and the general public. So there's going to be a little hour session or so. You'll probably get the details as it gets created. So it'll be Zoom, and so anyone.
Yes, Chair Grumbine, I believe it's 6 to 7:30
Oh,
Zoom,
yep.
right, on the 20th.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
So, yeah, so I think that's it from, any other announcements or et cetera? All right. All right, so let's go on to item E, subcommittee reports. So, any subcommittee meetings or anything to report?
Mr. Chair, I have one report on the Objective Design Standards Committee. I literally this morning got a notification that we will have a meeting in early October. We had suspended or delayed, postponed work on this while we were involved with other things, but we're picking that up again. So early October.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, for designations, I'd like to have staff schedule a meeting of the designation subcommittee so that we can get a sense of pending nominations and districts.
All right, great.
And Mr. Chair, I have an announcement unless any other,
Yeah.
or a request.
Sure.
If I can go ahead, or?
Yes, please.
All right. So I have been in communication with Brad Hess. He's the planner responsible for the De La Guerra Plaza redesign, and he is requesting, he needs to form an ad hoc committee for the plaza, and it's specifically to focus on the arcade design, and really looking for 2 members with architecture background, and eventually that group will also look at the landscaping in front of City Hall. But I want to point out this is different from the existing subcommittee of surface materials, and again, really to focus on the architecture of the arcade. So we would need to get, we'd need to be able to assign that committee, that ad hoc, so he could reach out. So just wanted to put that out there to the commission.
Thank you,
Mr.
Ms.
Chair.
Kukunda. Yes, Vice Chair Hess?
I think it would be very valuable if you would participate in that.
Okay, sounds good. I will.
Sure.
Yes. Commissioner Lembeck?
I think an ad hoc committee for De La Guerra Plaza is dangerous. They can walk away from a meeting with several of our members feeling that they have a direction, and I don't know that there's any consensus or unanimity among this board as to anything about De La Guerra Plaza, and I would hate to have them come before us thinking that everything's hunky-dory, quote-unquote, and it's not. So that's my comment. I think it's dangerous in that situation.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lenbeck. I agree on the one hand, because I think that, and as we've seen with the Plaza de la Guerra subcommittee, that it can be misleading having some members of HLC in a group and thinking that that means that you have HLC approval because of it. But I think having the input of it, and I think I wouldn't agree that there hasn't been anything that we've agreed on. I think that we had a list of like whatever 8 or 10 things from the last meeting that we gave very clear direction on. A lot of things we haven't given clear direction on. So I do think that there's a benefit to that, to having them, but the applicant knowing that they do not have full HLC approval at all for it, and that they have to go through it, but that this is at least a helpful, potentially helpful direction finding way to develop something, especially something so complex and important. And I think the precedent is fairly regular, including yours and Commissioner Mahan's help with getting the solar trellis and worked out. And I think that as the applicant has been trying, and is the public in that sense as well, has been trying to move this along and trying different approaches with it, this might be a helpful way. It's not in any way a guarantee, but at least it goes with what we have been seeing has been helpful in terms of getting city projects to the next level, to the next stage. So it seems like we've actually had at least some success with it, and hopefully it will be success, but it might not be. And if when they come back with options, or it'll go through HLC and it'll have a full,
You've heard my concern.
Yeah, no, it's a good concern. I do think that Vice Chair House, you have been part of the subcommittee for the general as well, and I do think it would be good for you to be on this as well if HLC is amenable to it. So it's not that it will work, but it might be the best shot for positive steps forward, which obviously this has been 100 years in the making. So it might be moving at lightning speed, only taking the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't worry that things are going to happen too fast.
Mr. Chair, we have always taken the position that we don't design. We review, comment, approve, disapprove, whatever. And what I hear here is that they're looking for somebody to design it for them. And I don't know that that's a wise thing for us to do, is to design it for them. When we were on the roof with the solar panels, we were critical of the designer from the standpoint of not conforming to the minimum standards for EPV. And what you're telling me at De La Guerra Plaza is that, well, we don't know how to design this arcade. Well, it's not up to us to design the arcade for them.
I agree, and it's not even necessarily an arcade.
Well, it's not an arcade. I mean, it's.
That's been part of the contention.
Yeah.
So I agree. I think that I think it might be worth a shot to see what they can come up with some at least back and forth with a smaller group. What's the worst that can happen?
The worst that could happen is I'm on that subcommittee.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may add,
That's something we can all agree on.
I won't respond to that.
I'll nominate Commissioner Limvick to be on that committee.
But I do just want to point out, and I know that this is not news to you all, but at least for members of the public who are tuning in, that this project does have an architect on board. So it is
Yes.
not for you to design, but it's really to give that initial input to try to help out by the time they do come back to the full commission, that it could be further along, or that input could be helpful in really key moments. But it's not a guarantee of approval or that a total consensus. And I think that the applicant understands that.
Okay. All right. Well, any other discussion, or is any other thoughts?
He kicked the cables.
In protest.
Yeah. And they're all,
They went black. They could have just timed out. They wiggle the mouse.
yeah, that's true.
Oh, they're coming up. There they are. Need a
Okay.
password again, though.
All right, any other discussion? Otherwise,
Password is denial.
I know what the password is.
all right. All right.
Better not be 1, 2, 3, 4.
In that case, we'll report back as things go forward on that. Are there any other discussions or announcements or anything else before we dive in to the first item? All right. In that case, let's go on to item 1, discussion item. This is final draft. Item 1. This is a final draft African American and Black historic context statement. Nicole Hernandez, the city's architectural historian, will present the final draft of the African American and Black historic context statement for feedback from the commission. And there's a link to it. So with that, once we get our screens up and running here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So I know that after we had the public review and your review of the first draft, Flora Chu from Page and Turnbull did our really in-depth presentation of the context statement, really getting into the technicalities of it for you all. So since this is the final draft, I'm going to do more of just an overview, really the pretty pictures, the kind of the highlights of what I saw when I was going through the process, and then really dive into the next steps. And then you can let me know if you have any comments. Commissioner Uli emailed me some. We can incorporate them into the final draft. I will say that Page and Turnbull took all your comments, all those from the public, all those from the State Historic Preservation Office, put them in a spreadsheet, addressed them all. You all were given a red-lined version and a clean version. So I think I wanted to just go through this quickly as I can. I did want to say this is going to be a living document, so as new stories come to us and time goes on, we can add to the history of it. It doesn't have to be stuck in time. And the big next step for us is going to be the designation of the historic resources that were identified in the report, and those I'm going to go through. I'll go through them just so you can kind of see what's coming up. And we may also be looking at a multi-property designation to the National Register of all the places at once in one nomination. So I just as a starting overview, they did a lot of research in the census information to really identify the population of the African American Black people in Santa Barbara from 1960 through 1980, and this will show you all how it rose and stable when it was stable and when it decreased. And as you remember, Flora really focused on how their census data really focused that many of the African American families lived in Lower East Side and focused on Haley Street in and around that area. We also had a lot of information on the livelihoods of most of the African and Black community in the early 20th century that were employed in labor and service positions. This is a really interesting early photograph of a bootblack on State Street and his station there. But what we also found was that there were some unique cases, and we had the case of Dr. Frances Ford, who was a woman, an African-American Black woman who was practicing in the San Marcos building, which is, as you know, is a very high and prestigious building, as a doctor in the 1920s, which is a really remarkable feat for that time. And we also had some information about some of the not so great history in Santa Barbara. The African American Black community was confronted with outright racist activity and intimidation. Nationwide, the memberships of the Ku Klux Klan surged after World War I, and Santa Barbara's did as well. And this was taken in 1923, looking up Gutierrez to the Rivera with the KKK symbol under the white cross. However, the Santa Barbara's African American and Black community really responded to this discrimination with strength, resilience, and creativity. And this is a newspaper article in 1940, which is way before it was a national holiday, but celebrating Juneteenth in Oak Park. And over 500 people came to Santa Barbara that day, and many came from even Los Angeles. Also, the document really went into the education of the African American community. Most of the children in the 20s did go to the Lincoln School, which was on the Coda lot where the new police station will be located. That school, interestingly, this is a photo from 1936, and all our schools were integrated. We did not have the segregation practices in other parts of the country. Although there were some discriminations within the schools, they were integrated. Moving forward, the document goes into a lot of the history of the civil rights movement here in Santa Barbara. And here we see Bill Downey in the 1960s, who started his journalism career in Santa Barbara with an article called A Negro Looks at Santa Barbara. And he was published in the Santa Barbara News Press and then hired as the first African-American reporter. And we had other projects go through mostly at the leadership of the NAACP that led investigations into discrimination in education system as well as hiring practices. Here you see them doing a survey on the jobs and if people were being refused jobs because of their race and hiring practices. And towards the end of that time, the NAACP also turned its attention towards housing discrimination. And the leader of the housing committee was Dr. McMillan, who was Santa Barbara's first male practicing African-American Black doctor in Santa Barbara. And he sponsored a survey exposing that local real estate agents practice discrimination. He himself was quoted in the newspaper. When he and his wife were looking for a house and they had considerable means, they were only shown subpar housing, even though as you went up the hill, there were for sale signs on all the houses, and they were refused to even look at them. And this is from earlier in the decade when the neighborhoods actually advertised as a benefit that they were exclusionary of African Americans and restricted neighborhoods. So I'm just gonna dive right into the historic resources that we found that represent the themes of the African American Black history in Santa Barbara: religion and spirituality, clubs and organizations, the residential settlement, and businesses and commercial development. We have identified the building across the street from us now on Coda and Garden at 235 East Coda. This was actually an late 1880s building that was moved to the site by the African American Congregation People's Independent Church in 1926. And it housed many Black fraternal organizations in the 30s. And just across the street from that building was the Church of God in Christ. It was constructed in 1920 as a spiritualist success church, but became the Church of God in Christ in 1942 and is still the Church of God in Christ. And here's a picture of some deaconesses in front of the church in 1943, just a year after they moved in. You can still see the diamond-shaped window that they're under that's still present. They did do the stucco over the wood in 1966. The Lewis Chapel on 202 East Gutierrez was constructed in 1955 and 57, and it has a really unique metal steeple, which we have the original drawings for here at the city. It was the home of the Colored Methodist Episcopal Church, later called the Christian Methodist Episcopal Church, founded by King David Sims and Beatrice Sims. And 902 East Coda Friendship Baptist Church, constructed in 1945 and has been the home of this congregation since 1974. And on 735 East Haley, this was the early meeting place for the Greater Hope Missionary Baptist Church for about 5 years, from 1966 to 71. They actually moved up to the church on East Figueroa that's already a structure of merit. And as we get into the the clubs and fraternal organizations, we have this building at 513 Laguna, and I think it's really important to note that the club mostly shared buildings and houses with other groups, like a church or a fellowship hall. This club, Harmony Lodge 418, actually bought the land and had drawings built just for their club here in 1950, and they stayed until 1965. One of the biggest community centers that represents the African American and Black community is the Eastside Community Center, now known as the Franklin Neighborhood Center. This was, Dr. McMillan was a leader in this idea to have this center for emergency services, counseling, youth program, cultural enrichment. And through this local activism, after about 8 years, the city did secure federal funding to construct it in 1972, and it was completed in 1974. We also had civic and political organizations. Echoing national trends, Santa Barbara had a Black Muslim group headquartered at 806 East Haley. And you can see the original photo and the existing photo here side by side. And on 611 North Milpas, you can see the organization, the NAACP, also who had shared churches and houses and space with others, finally had their own space in this building in 1968 to 1971. And as we go into housing and represent some of the few housing that's left in that represents the African American community, and as Flora said, these might be significant because they're so rare. Elizabeth Street on the east side was well known in our oral histories that we received as being a street noted as where many prominent families in the African American community lived. And so we have here on Elizabeth Street the Llewellyn house, and this was the house of Llewellyn Smith, who owned Spencer and Son Maintenance. He was a member of Unity Lodge 22, which is pictured here, and St. Paul's AME Church. He established the VFW for Black servicemen and was also the vice chair of the NAACP in 1936. And this is also one of the houses on Elizabeth Street. This was the home of Otto and Emma Hopkins. They had owned in the 20s, they owned businesses on Haley, like the Cotton Club, and he also owned a huge ranch in Ventura, also belonged to the Unity Lodge, and his wife also was a founding member of the George Washington Carver Club, which was a literacy and education focus group providing scholarships to African American and Black students. And we also have the home of Dr. McMillan, who I mentioned earlier was a leader in the civil rights movement, as well as the first African-American Black male doctor in Santa Barbara. This is his home on the Mesa, where the Jack and Jill Club met, as well as his wife also brought the George Washington Carver Club up to their house to meet as well. And here they are in that backyard of the Cooper house. And then we have a couple other houses, 403 North Nopal to George and Martha Forney. The Forney family has been in Santa Barbara since the 1880s, I believe. And 721 Spring Street was the home of Dr. Francis Ford, who we mentioned earlier was the real pioneering Black female doctor who was practicing from the 1920s through the 1950s. And as for some Black-owned businesses, these are also rare in Santa Barbara, so worth noting. This building on 304 East Haley was constructed in 1963. It housed Golden Success Barbershop and Golden Bird Cafe. And also in our oral history, the Golden Bird Cafe was really a real central meeting point and hub of the African American community. And 101 West Arriaga Street was the building that Dr. McMillan, he purchased the land, hired the architect, and founded the practice for the family medical group here in this really great example of mid-century modern architecture. Still standing on 101 West Arriaga. 500 Anacapa Street, constructed in 1961. This was also owned by an African-American Black member of the community, T.B. Moore. and had the places of Palace Go-Go nightclub, Palace Pizza, and Johnny's Barber Shop were the first businesses. We still have the sign permits for a lot of these. That's why I can figure out who they were. And 424 East Haley, this is believed to be the location of that cotton club owned by the Hopkins that was mentioned earlier in the 20s and 30s. That information's harder to find because that was the era of Prohibition, so it's not as, it doesn't say right in there that it was a club like that. So in addition to working on designation of those buildings, I'll prepare significance reports and bring them before the subcommittee and commission. We also will add to the significant statements of existing designated resources, like that Santa Barbara Junior High and High School, many of the African American and Black students went there, and there was discrimination practices in the schools. Korea Recreation Center had an association of hosting many African American and Black social events. The San Marcos Building for its association with Dr. Francis Ford, and 430 East Figueroa for its association with the African American Black Greater Hope Missionary Baptist Church congregation. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Okay, so with that, let's go to public comment. Any member of the public in the room that would wish to comment on this item? Anyone? All right, in that case, let's go to online public comment or virtual.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. So I'll go ahead and go over virtual public comment. So at this time, if any member of the public joining by Zoom would like to speak on item 1, please go ahead and raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to speak, and I will call on you. All right, so I can see Simone Aquila has raised their hand. I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Greetings, commissioners. It feels like it's been a long journey, but I'm just really grateful of the work that we've been able to do with support of this grant from the state of California, with each of the support from you, the support from Nicole, as well as the support from Paige and Turnbull. Working on this statement was really enlightening, but also really empowering for us as Black folks, and to be able to share that with Black community members has been wonderful. Nicole may have already shared with you, but because of this work, we've gotten reached out to by organizers and Black community members from across the state to share examples of what has been successful, what was difficult, but also the importance of having community and grassroots orgs collaborate and work with landmark commissions, which doesn't happen as often as it should. I would say I appreciated all of the feedback that we got, whether it was to add more citations or be more clear about why each site that was listed was significant. And we appreciate Flora's willingness to take our feedback and those of Elder Sojourner and Nicole too, to make sure that we weren't just naming places where Black people lived, but also these corridors or areas where there were thriving Black businesses, especially because many of those areas have been or are currently being gentrified. And so we definitely believe that by doing this work, we can resist some of the push out of Black residents. And Nicole, I just wanted to say I appreciated the last few slides about different context statements or previous landmark statements that can be updated to include some of the Black history of each of these sites, because I think it's important that this information not just stay within the Black context statement, but really seep over, as Black folks have been all over Santa Barbara in different places. So I just wanted to name that. The process has been enjoyable, the work has been rewarding, and to thank each of you for the support.
All right, thank you. And thank you for all your super hard work on this. This is great. All right.
All right, so I don't see any more hands raised for virtual public comment, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right. Thank you. All right, to the commission for, and let's see, this is for our final draft review. Is this for a motion for anything?
Discussion item.
Oh, okay. So,
We do need you to just accept the report.
okay. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, let's first have a discussion, yeah.
Are we
Questions,
just-
comments?
Yes,
Yeah.
I have both. This is meant to be somewhat a panoramic view of the Black experience in Santa Barbara. So I'm wondering where the arts are represented, the music, the sports, and the playwrights, and because we have a very rich tradition of the Cunningham family, for instance, Randall and Sam Cunningham were, brilliant. And Santa Barbara High School was a football powerhouse, largely due to the African-American students. Is that going to be covered?
I do know that the sports and athletics and the students at Santa Barbara were in there, of Santa Barbara High. They're in the chapter on clubs and organizations.
So it's in process.
Yes, it
Basically.
can be added to. Yeah, we
Yeah.
opened it to the public and took as many stories as everybody was willing to give us. So,
Well, I
probably
think that's
be-
something that
but
needs
it
to be
can-
mined because it was a very rich tradition, and
Yeah.
and the music itself.
so we can add to it when people bring us more stories or more
Okay.
are discovered.
Well, I know people who will do that. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Jordan.
I have
Commissioner Jordan?
I have a question and a comment, but I'll ask the question first. You said that this was going to be a living document, so I'd like to know the process. What in fact are we doing now, and what would happen in the future to enrich and add to the document? In other words, is each time something new is added, does it have to come back to us to be approved? And if we accept this, what's the next step for this document? I'm just trying to understand where we are in the process, particularly for a document that's described as the goal is to be a living document.
So we have the capability to add anything we want. I mean, we can go in and add any stories that come in, any new sites that might be eligible, and we probably will bring those when we have a substantial amount to the commission and say this is the next version, is how I see it.
And if I may add to that,
Yes, please.
we are looking, so actually, Commissioner Butler, Nicole and Commissioner Butler and I met because at the last conversation, Commissioner Butler talked about different options, like a wiki or things that you can have living documents, add to them and make them publicly accessible. So I think a huge part of this is like how we can make this accessible to the public, so not that it's just kind of a report that, is posted, but something that could be a little bit more interactive. So exploring other options for that and understanding, being that this is Commissioner Butler's kind of wheelhouse, learning a little bit more about what are options within the city and what kind of software platforms we might be able to use for that. So I'm really curious about the communication aspect of it and how we could share. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Butler?
No, I'm
And then
really in
Commissioner Jordan?
trouble.
Yeah, look what you got yourself into.
Well, we did have that conversation because living, it needs to be moved to a digital platform, period. That's very straightforward. And we had that conversation, so that would allow, as was brought up, add new chapters, new sections, new sightings, et cetera, in real time, and to publish that outbound, push it out as well. So we did have that conversation. I would like to add to that one thought as I was watching. By the way, this is a terrific piece of work. I think we all agree to that. We should look, or you should look at digitally converting all the images, all the photography, for a couple of reasons. We know that traditional photography loses resolution and clarity over time, or if they're destroyed. So we should consider digital conversion of the photography and the imagery, et cetera. Also, that will help for reprints, so in the future, if you need to do a reprint, et cetera. So I would feel that shouldn't prevent publication from the document. That's something that can come later, but at least to protect what we consider the assets to the document itself, I would advise that as well.
All right, Commissioner Jordan?
To go back, I'm very supportive of this being a living document. I simply want to have a better sense of how it grows. And my recommendation on that point was, it doesn't necessarily need to come back to the HLC, but somebody on the city, and probably on the HLC staff, should be a gatekeeper about when the document grows up. So I simply want some control there. I'll make one other comment. I had some editorial comments about the previous draft. I've looked at the revised draft, and I'm very satisfied with the response to that. So I think this is a very useful document, and I'm very supportive.
Great. Other comments?
Mr. Chair,
Lilly?
I'd like to commend our historian for a great effort, a very short period of time to pull off such a wonderful document and asset to the city, and would make a motion that HLC accept the report.
I would second that motion.
All right, and we've got a motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Commissioner Drury. Under discussion. Any more discussion?
Chair Grumbine?
Yes, Commissioner Hansberry.
I would also like to just express my gratitude, and this is just an incredibly powerful piece of work in gathering all this information together. So thank you to everyone who worked on it, and especially to you, Nicole. And then I was just wondering, is there, just to throw this in, you probably already thought of it, but is there a way, will this get published on the city website, that this is something that's available, and maybe with instructions to people who do have further stories or information or photographs, whatever they may have, to instruct them how they can, give that information to you as you collect it for the next iteration?
Yes, the document has a permanent home on the Historic Preservation page, and it has its own page, and we can add the further instructions as well. And it will have that permanent home. It's also going to be distributed to local libraries and other places where the public can find it when they're doing research.
And also, would it be, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but would it be appropriate to be a subcommittee of some kind, to have someone sort of monitoring or working with Nicole? I don't know, just asking that question. And then just thank you again. It's just incredible. Good job.
And thank you to Simone.
Yeah.
She really is.
And maybe to answer your question with a potential time frame, maybe we give it 6 months or a year or whatever, see how things are coming and going or whatever, and then make a decision if there seems to be a want or need to have some other help or other filtration or other cooperation. So
We might find
yeah,
more.
let's have it as a
Yeah.
bring it up again. Let's give it some time and then bring it up again as a question.
I think especially as we start the designations
Yeah.
of the sites and working more on the ground with the property owners.
Yeah.
There'll probably be quite a bit of information that comes back to us then as well.
Great.
Mr. Chair, I was going to add on to that it seems appropriate that it's a designation subcommittee issue, since most of them will be designations.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And
And,
it might be able to just find its way in as part of that agenda. Yeah.
So we did get some press on this when the draft was out. So we've had some requests for presentations on this. So Sojourner, Kincaid Role and I are going to present to the UCSB history group at the East Side Library in October 19th. And the California Preservation Foundation has asked us to do a training, and so we might be also at some conferences. And I think Paige and Turnbull is even going to apply to be at the AIA conference about it.
All right. Nice work.
Yeah.
Leading the charge. All right.
Yes, thanks.
All right. Well, great work, everyone, and thank you all for all your hard work on this. And excellent.
Excuse me, Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
I just wanted to interrupt. Miss Simone Aquila has her hand raised. Would you like for me to
Sure.
unmute
Yep.
her to speak?
You
Okay.
have to do at least 100 hours of service before you're allowed to speak twice.
Sorry, thank you all. I was just going to uplift the idea. I know someone asked a question about what does it mean for a living document. I just wanted to remind folks that before, like, healing justice was like as actively involved in this as we were. Like much of this information, one was held at private homes or even in some of our academic institutions and not shared with the public on a regular and consistent and ongoing basis. So I would love to see whatever is done moving forward to be done like in collaboration with Black people in the Black community. And so I know that you all have positions open, that you're looking to bring on new commissioners. I would love to see diverse folks in those roles, but also just thinking of if there was to be like a smaller group that was meeting to then uplift additions to those statements, that those same community connections and collaboration with Black folks and organizers for that to stay consistent. And I guess just to add, I think Healing Distance has already demonstrated how this is a living document, right? Like we had it on display, an abbreviated version of Thailand that we created based off of this research at our art gallery called Melanin. We also have a whole digital version already that's on our website. There's been similar efforts. And so also appreciating the work that the city is doing, also I guess just wanting to uplift that there are Black-led organizing groups in Santa Barbara that have already done this. And so it would be a beautiful opportunity for the city to partner with some of these already digital archives that are online to share that information as opposed to like recreating something. Because I think a lot of what we came up against when trying to collect information and collect stories was this sense of people having shared their story before and then it kind of being held by particular institutions. So I would love to see continuing collaboration, and again appreciative to Nicole for leading that with this process, but I'm hoping that will continue as we add to this document. The two areas also, I know music and sports was mentioned. I want to be mindful that we're looking at the breadth of Black life. And so the other two that we definitely know we need to add to is more stories of Black folks who are LGBTQIA+, and more stories of Black folks who have disabilities. And so what did their history in Santa Barbara look like? And that was what community was telling us. I just want to name that because I think oftentimes we go to sports and music, but there were music and art clubs covered in this, but that also sometimes can really center stereotypes of the Black experience and not allow for more of the depth. And even some of the difficult things that Black residents experienced in Santa Barbara.
All right, thank you. Okay,
Mr. Chair, I think there's a motion and a second on the floor, ready
Yep.
for a vote.
all right. Unless there's anything else, we'll go to a roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes,
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye,
Okay, motion carries.
all right, thank you. Okay, we are
Chair,
on,
Chair Grumbine,
Yes,
can we
Commissioner
get,
Ensberg.
these are still not working. These computers are still blocked. Can we?
Wake up. Come on, little guy.
I think it just sessioned down.
all right.
It didn't come back to the,
So, is it,
maybe it will, no, okay, thank you.
you know, if we just had paper, we wouldn't have to do this.
All right, that's enough.
There's an easy way to make this stop.
Yeah. You're incorrigible.
All right. So for this next item is number 2, new item, project design approval and final approval. And for this project, I'm going to let Vice Chair House take over because I have a conflict of interest. The owner is also one of our clients for a totally different project. But all right. So with that, I'll have at it. Let you all have at it.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we are moving on to item 2 on the agenda. This is a new item, project design approval and final approval for 199 North Hope Avenue. The project site, Calvary Cemetery, is on the city's historic resources inventory as the Stations of the Cross, crypt, mausoleum, and sinkhole from the earthquake are elements on the site that may have historic significance. The proposed project includes the addition of a small cremation garden area and the pre-installation of 553 double-depth lawn crypts or vaults, which allow for 2 burials in each burial space. 1,106 total burial spaces. Once completed, the appearance will be identical to the rest of the existing developed cemetery, except the density of spaces will be slightly increased since the vaults will be able to be placed tightly and efficiently. 4 new parking places will be added. I didn't know there was a requirement for parking spaces for deceased people. 3 standard parking places and 1 ADA compliant parking space are proposed. There will be no new buildings or dwelling units added, and no modifications or changes to the existing buildings are proposed. So project design approval and final approval are requested. Project compatibility findings are required. Welcome. Could you please give your name for the record and your presentation?
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Polly Laliberte. I'm the project coordinator for Lashane and Associates Engineering. We've been working with the Archdiocese and Mike Green Architects on the project. We are in the process, we have a building permit, but as part of that, we were told that we had to come before you today to get approval because of the historical building significance on the site.
Okay.
Pretty much my presentation covered just about everything that you said and the documents there that you just read, the application. The site is proposing installation of 553 pre-installed double-depth excuse me, I'm very a little excited, a little nervous. Crypts, and they'll be double
You're
depth.
nervous.
Yeah, they'll be double depth, so a total of 1,106 new burial spaces are proposed. There'll also be, in addition to that, a small memorial garden that we have photos of.
Okay.
What I have on the screen right now is just kind of an oversight. Thank you, Tony. Tony's been very helpful with the project, showing the location of the cemetery between North Hope and Villa Lucero. I hope I said that right. As mentioned, the site will include, the project will include a proposed new memorial garden type area. No lighting's involved because the cemetery closes at dusk. There's a bench there and some water-efficient plants, shrubs, and small trees for some shade. The walkway, the stones will be replaced with DG granite. This was an older rendering, but when we were going through the ADA compliance review and all of that, they mentioned that we should probably get rid of that. So we went with DG instead. The plans, let me see if I can find the right page for you here. I'm sorry, my engineer was not available today, so.
You're doing just great.
I'm not an engineer. I think this is the best site plan to show you. The lower right hand is our work area with all of the crypts and the memorial garden completely away from the historical sites. Nothing like mentioned in the application. None of the work is anywhere near the mausoleum that's a historical site or the sinkhole. This double burial is basically what's used in most of the military cemeteries around the U.S. A lot of the secular and the Catholic cemeteries, particularly in the western states, this is what they're going to because burial sites are so limited these days. And Hope Avenue, you know, we're getting very limited in our burial sites, and these additional sites will also allow local families to have a place for their loved ones to be buried so that they don't have to travel out of the area. Not really sure exactly what you are wanting me to present. You've presented most of it. That's basically my presentation right now. I have a lot of photos that I have provided, but they're very difficult to show the overall site. Tony did provide us with some supplemental, let's see if I can find. The next page down, yes, thank you. Okay, so this is an overall of the site here. This is the actual work site where it is shaded in green. That's where our proposed site is working. The historical sinkhole is over to the left in front of their current maintenance building. And no graves will be removed, nothing will be changed. The office building is the one with the red arrow. No work is proposed for that area at all, and the mausoleums will not be touched. This is just another historic treasures that we got off of the city's website, again showing the different locations of the buildings that we were told that were involved in the historic documents of the city. I think in the upper right-hand corner is our proposed work area, and the mausoleum, as you'll see, it's quite a distance away. And I think that pretty well shows you the overview of where our project will work. They are just the standard concrete pre-installed vaults. Nothing new, nothing changed, nothing that's any different than any other cemetery.
Well, the compatibility findings ought to be pretty easy to make since it's
I would
mostly
hope so.
underground.
Yeah, when the project is completed, the burial site itself will look just like the other existing cemeteries. You won't see any of the change, especially we're doing export of the extra soil that's coming off the site. So everything should be looking just like the existing cemetery. The only change to aesthetics, if you want to call it that, would be the memorial garden.
Exactly. Oh, could you show us on, I didn't note on the treasures map where the memorial garden will be, or one of the other site plans? Or even the aerial photo, just.
Okay, I can show you on our plans. I think probably our best would be right in here. It's the green shaded area. I believe it would be like that little leg off to the side would be where the
so it's
memorial
part of
would be.
that.
It's part of the project area, yes.
Well, if that concludes your presentation.
That concludes it.
We'll move to public comment. Ms. Tarnovskaya?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair House and Commissioners. So at this time, I haven't received any speaker slips to speak in person, so I'll move to virtual public comment. I do see some members of the public joining by Zoom. So if you would like to speak on item 2, please go ahead and raise your hand and I will call on you. All right, so I don't see anyone wishing to speak on this item, and we didn't receive any written correspondence, so I'll turn it over back to you, Vice Chair House.
Thank you. I will close public comment and open it for questions from the commission.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Drury.
this would probably be my only chance. Could you talk about the sinkhole briefly? I've never heard of it.
Well, to be honest with you, it was kind of brought up as a surprise to us as well. So it dates back to a earthquake that was back in, Tony, did you find the year of that? 1920s, I believe it was.
We didn't find much.
Yeah, we didn't find much of the historic value in any of the public records. It was just brought up to us as a possible issue in the Historical Land Commission review. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I had more information for you on that. The cemetery workers did tell us that it was brought to their attention in the past, and some grave sites had been moved way back when, and a retaining wall was built between the maintenance yard and the sinkhole.
Interesting. Any other questions?
Mr. Commissioner?
Commissioner Butler.
So the photographs you provided were very helpful, thank you. I could see everything. The one question I had, the roadway along Hope, so there'll be one edge of this new development that'll be abutting up against the current, you have hedge work, et cetera. Will there plan to be any changes to the landscaping along there, or will that be maintained?
There are plans in the future to widen that gate if possible on North Hope Street. We're working with transportation on that as well. as far as an encroachment permit and that type of thing. The hedges will, of course, be trimmed and maintained. Landscaping changes shouldn't be anything, yes.
Any other questions? I just had one question, which I think this illustration answers it. It appears there's no impact on existing trees. Is that correct?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
Comments? Commissioner Drury?
Mr. Chair, I'll just say this is eminently supportable.
Anybody disagree? Would anybody like to make a motion?
Motion.
And that motion would be for approval,
Approval, final approval.
project
second
design
that.
approval and final approval as submitted. And we have the compatibility findings to make, so if you would like to take those into consideration. Who's making the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought you did. So you get to read
All right,
those.
so I'll read the compatibility. So consistency with design guidelines, is the project consistent with design guidelines applicable to the location of the project within the city? I think it is. Compatible with architectural character of the city and the neighborhood, is the design of the project compatible with the desirable architectural qualities and characteristics distinctive to Santa Barbara and the particular neighborhood? I think surrounding project, I think it's well covered by that. And the appropriate size, mass, bulk, and height scale
That's a tough
fits,
one.
fits right in there. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I think that's comfortable with
Yeah.
that, too. Sensitivity of adjacent landmarks and historic resources, doesn't seem to have any effect on that. Public views, and that's kind of why I asked about the hedge along the one road, so it doesn't seem to have any effect on vistas, et cetera. And open space and landscaping seems appropriate, so I think
Thank you.
we're
I'll second.
Okay. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes,
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
and Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Thank
You
you
did a
very,
great
thank
job.
you very much. I was really nervous, but thank you very much for your time.
And
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair House, if you could announce the 10-day appeal period, please.
Oh,
could tell you guys were really meeting,
Oh. I need to announce that there's a 10-day appeal period to appeal this approval to City Council.
I do have one question. The signage that is up that we were provided, does that stay up for the 10-day appeal process?
The placard?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and our chair is returning.
All right. Thank you for taking over there. All right, we are on to item 3. This is continued item for project design approval, 9 West Figueroa Street. The project site is located in EPV. Part 1, this is a revised project description, proposal to close off the existing Lot 3 Paseo by installing a wrought iron fence and gate at the Figueroa Street entrance and a concrete wall with wood gates at the parking lot entrance. New landscaping, permeable pavers, and 2 new light fixtures are also proposed with the Paseo, which will also screen an SCE transformer that was installed as part of the downtown reliability project. This is a revised project. Project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings are required. The project was last reviewed August 18th, 2021. And welcome. And I don't know if we have the notes for that as well, but
Yes, I
after
can
you
bring those.
introduce yourselves, I know it is a revised project, but still.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Chelsea Swanson. I'm a project planner for Public Works. And I just wanted to point out real quick, because I did notice in the agenda, the project description is the previous project description and does not include the full project, which is now the new pathway and the mid-block crossing. So I just wanted to clarify that before we get into
Okay.
it. And Mr. Chair, this has a lot of history, as you know, and a recent subcommittee. So I was going to request if it would be an option to add additional 5 minutes or so to our presentation if necessary, just because there's a lot of background information.
Yep, I think that sounds good and is appropriate.
Okay.
So, yeah, so with that, you'll have 20 minutes, and we'll go over the motion first, and from last time. So the motion was continue indefinitely with the following comments. The temporary fencing shall be removed immediately. If temporary fencing is proposed, it shall return to the commission for approval. Applicant shall return with a comprehensive solution to the paseo, which would be either restoring the paseo to its previous attractive state or to pursue the suggestions of the previous motion from 2018 that involved the paseo on the site adjacent to the parking lot. Any proposal shall be comprehensive and accomplish all work at the same time. The proposal for replacement paseo on the parking lot side shall be more than a walkway and shall be a traditional paseo which requires sufficient width, landscaping, and structures on both sides. 3, provide historic drawings of the original paseo. It was a motion by House, second by Drury, 800. Manuel was absent, and the motion carried. And this was August 2021. So what's that?
A year ago.
Oh, a year ago.
And if I could interrupt.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine, there was
Ms.
also a
Burke.
discussion, this project came back in October of 2021 as a discussion item only, and I do have those minutes. also.
Okay, yeah, that, I think
Let's
that would
look
be
at that.
helpful as well for the next SIP, so.
Mr. Chair, I just have a procedural question. If the notice in the agenda is incorrect, is there a problem with proceeding with this matter with an incorrect notice?
I will have to follow up with Ellen. Hopefully not.
It wasn't required to be noticed. We did notice the neighbors, so that might be something just to clarify. I think if it's not a required notice, it might not be an issue, but I'll let planning follow up on that.
With respect to our agenda, it might be a problem.
Okay. Sorry. All right, and why don't we continue and then maybe discuss that a little more. So this was in October. So discussion was held, the commission comments. The commission thanks Public Works for, the commission thanks Public Works for discussing this project and working with the commission on a path forward. 2, the commission expresses its concern about the present state of the paseo and acknowledges the safety and security issues at hand. 3, the project shall not be phased. A comprehensive plan that includes the construction of a new paseo to allow for access from L3 to Figueroa Street shall be brought forward. 4, the applicant shall re-examine the originally proposed comprehensive project as presented to the HLC in 2018 to determine whether it can still move forward. And then Lot 3 paseo subcommittee appointments were Vice Chair House and Commissioner Drury. So, and then could we elaborate on what was subsequent, any subsequent meetings after that?
Well, we met at the site and had discussion with Public Works staff and the police department, but it's been quite a while, so my memory's a little foggy
okay.
on that, but.
Yeah, okay, that was what I remember you guys reporting back to us after that, so, okay.
Chair
Commissioner
Grumbine, yes,
Ginsburg.
I just wanted to let you know that, this, of course, was reviewed quite a while ago before my
your
coming
time.
on. But I did take the time to watch both of those hearings and to carefully listen to them. So I just wanted to let you know that I had done that.
Okay, so you will be voting on it, and then any other commissioners that weren't here that watched it? Okay, great, so everyone's,
Mr. Chair?
yep.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Cunningham was also at that opener meeting. I hope I'm remembering correctly. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so with that, so can we first discuss maybe what can be, what can be decided upon at this time, given the partial or mostly correct project description, and what we can actually,
Yep.
what can we do here?
We
given
are
that?
checking with the city attorney's office right now on
Okay,
that.
so it sounds good. We
So I
just
think
go
let's
through the
move
presentation,
forward.
and then we'll talk about what we can actually vote on or not. So, okay, sounds good. So I guess the city attorney has 20 minutes to figure it out.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Again,
Yeah.
Chelsea Swanson, Project Planner. I'm here today with Brian Bossy, the Public Works Downtown Team Manager, and I also have Sarah Clark, the Downtown Parking and Plaza Manager, and Taylor Berryman from Engineering, who's been working on the project, and also Daniela Rosales from Environmental Services, here to answer any questions specific to their expertise. And also Mr. Cunningham with Arcadia, who will be joining me shortly to get into the plans. So just to orient everyone, we're discussing the Lot 3 Paseo relocation project. This is an aerial view of Lot 3, which is bordered by Chapala Street and Figueroa Street. You'll see the two rectangles. One is highlighting the existing Paseo that is proposed to be closed, and the other rectangle shows where the new pathway and mid-block crossing that would connect with the alley at Lot 4. And as mentioned, this project has a history, a long history. The project objectives primarily are to address ongoing health and safety and nuisance problems that have occurred in the Paseo for quite some time. It hasn't been used as intended historically, and therefore became a hangout area. And so it's to address those health and safety issues. We've received many calls over the years from adjacent businesses to address these issues. It's also, there's been a lot of effort to organize and consolidate the trash in the Paseo and behind it. There's been some, in the past, floating dumpsters and within and in the parking lot. So this project will help screen trash from public view. There's also enhancements proposed within the Paseo, which we'll get into in detail when we go through the plans. New landscaping, permeable pavers, new lighting fixtures, and the removal of some columns. The project will also provide some screening for an SCE transformer within the Paseo that went in as a separate project, the Downtown Reliability Project in 2019. The project will also provide pedestrian connectivity where there is an existing strong pattern of where pedestrians like to travel from the lot to Figueroa Street and across Figueroa Street. It will formalize that pattern that we see by providing a safe crossing with curb extensions and a formal crosswalk. And lastly, it will provide a connection to access that leads to Lot 4 pedestrian access. So I'm not going to get deep into the history in this part, but if in the question portion, if the commission would like to know the history going backwards, I'm happy to go through all of that. I'm going to go back to the more recent history. As we mentioned, the project came before the full board in 2021 in August. At that point in time, the project has been split into two phases. So you only reviewed the Paseo closure and not the new pathway or the mid-block crossing. So the issues that came up at that hearing was the concern with not having one comprehensive project, and also the temporary fencing that had gone up in response to the business complaints, and then a request to look for historical drawings of the Paseo. As mentioned, we came back in October 2021 as a discussion item, and the purpose of that meeting was really to determine the path forward for the project. There was agreement to pursue bringing it back as one comprehensive project instead of two different phases. There was a discussion of the importance to maintain the fencing that went up from a health and safety and liability perspective of the cities, and very importantly, to form a subcommittee so that we could work with subcommittee members on a plan moving forward. And as you mentioned, Commissioners Howes and Drury volunteered, and we also had Councilmember Snedden as part of that subcommittee. And so she was at both of the meetings, one in December and then again one in March of 2022. So I'm going to just summarize the issues we talked about at the subcommittee meetings. Again, it was consensus on the project scope and that we would bring a combined Paseo closure with a new pathway and mid-block crossing as one project to you. Design features within the Paseo that were discussed. We, in the last iteration, had a solid gate at both ends. A couple iterations ago, there was a wrought iron fence proposed, and that was brought back as an interested, let's go back in that direction. It seems more appropriate, so that's been incorporated into the project. Also, the location of the wrought iron gate and fence. We discussed that the importance of it being close to the back of sidewalk on Figueroa Street instead of recessed back, again, to address the safety issue and not creating a new hangout space. Also, we incorporated and discussed screening and landscaping, which has been incorporated into the project, included potted plants, adding permeable pavers to address some mismatched materials around the transformer. Again, screen and consolidate trash from public view to the extent possible. And then a desire for new lighting fixtures. There's 2 existing lights in the Paseo, and the commissioners desired a more appropriate fixture similar to a State Street style, so that's also been incorporated. We'll get into those details. And then also discussed at the subcommittee meetings was determining what the scope was for the new pathway, and that we would focus on permeable paving and landscaping. We discussed there is some 2 tree removals proposed, bottle brush trees, which we'll get into, and there's discussion of clarifying with our city arborist what trees were recommended for removal, and then a recommendation for adding new trees in the lot, which has also been incorporated. I'm going to run through the existing site photos, and then we will get into the details of the plans. This is the view from Figueroa Street, the construction temporary fencing up. You can see in the background one of the lighting fixtures as well that will be replaced with a different fixture. This is the area immediately behind Figueroa Street sidewalk where there is a mismatch of materials as a result of a transformer going in. So this area will be completely redone with landscaping and permeable pavers and potted plants. It's also the area that's most visible from the public, and that's where we focused our landscaping and pavers. There is the transformer, and again, we will carry the pavers beyond it, where they will be in public view. And we'll go to the next. These are columns that will be removed as part of the project. They're part of the original construction of the Paseo. And this is sort of central in the Paseo, looking towards the parking lot. And we are heading towards the rear of the Paseo, looking back towards Figueroa Street at the columns again. There's an existing storage unit on the left. You can see that we've consolidated some of the trash containers within as well. This is the rear portion of the Paseo, looking towards the parking lot, and that's the second light fixture on the right, where we will be replacing that with a more appropriate design. And then this is a view of the Paseo from the parking lot, where there would be a new concrete wall and solid wood gates. This is just sort of a backed up view of the rear. And then to walk you through, this is the existing vehicular entrance into Lot 3. So essentially this is going to shift west and, the new path, the pedestrian path, will essentially replace the drive aisle, and the drive aisle will shift to the west. This is another view looking towards Figueroa Street, where the new pathway will go. These are the 2 bottle brush trees we talked about a bit at subcommittee meetings, and they were recommended for removal by our city arborist. Just wanted to highlight which ones they were. This is another view of the entrance of the lot, again, where the path will go, and looking across the street toward the Lot 4 alley. And again, the pedestrians crossing, this is where we see people that like to cross the street very consistently, again, connecting to that Lot 4 alley. And that's essentially where the new crosswalk would go. And just one more view of that, looking towards the north, towards Lot 4. And this is taken from the sidewalk on Figueroa, again, looking at a different view of where the new crosswalk would go. This is looking toward Chapala Street. And this is a view looking toward Chapala Street, taken from roughly where the drive aisle will shift. This existing parkway will become a curb extension, so the landscape planter will be expanded in that location. And that's essentially to shorten the crossing for pedestrians. And this is the same planter, but the opposite view looking towards State Street. And again, there will be a curb extension here, so that parkway area will be expanded with landscaping. With that, I'm going to get into the project plans and ask Mr. Cunningham to join us up here as well. Would you like me to bring up the plans, or do you have them handy? Let's see. Oop. Oh.
We can just turn the page.
I see the plans, but so let's see. And that's not the right, that's not the right plans either.
Is the design any good?
Here, let's do this. So it's this, but I don't know why it's not on the screen.
Pardon my interruption, but we're having, this is a little bit of a Bermuda Triangle of a technology situation here.
Should I close out the PowerPoint, see if that works?
Shut down the building.
Try F11. Yeah.
We could try closing that.
Try turning it off and on again.
Just close this out.
Oh, do you? Whoa.
Haven't seen
What are
those in a
those?
long time.
Oh, it's
Are
frozen.
they allowed?
There we go.
Well, we have a camera. We have a camera. Well, it's
Okay.
great technology.
There.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to, so I'm just gonna, again, show the overview, and then I'll let Mr. Cunningham get into the details. This is the plan view of the Paseo Figueroa Street out here, with the decorative walls and gates proposed at both ends. And I'll zoom in on the elevations, and you can,
Can you actually zoom in the plan
sure.
and just so we can kind of,
Try.
You can press the Z key if you're going to
Z gonna
zoom
work?
in, and then just
drop,
left click and
highlight the
draw
box.
a marquee around what you want to
Thank
enlarge.
you. Okay. Okay. And we'll get to the landscape sheet, which is more detailed as far as what is proposed. But gates out here. The permeable pavers are the hatching, the potted plants are the circles with the landscaping in front of them, and the SDE transformer you can see there. The red circles are the existing columns that will be removed. And at the rear, again, the columns will be removed at the parking lot end, and a new gate and concrete wall. So let me go over to the elevations. Sorry about this. So these elevations show at the top the wrought iron, the two options for wrought iron gates, which I'm gonna let Bob get into the details a little bit of those.
Well, basically,
Might need to turn it on there.
one gate has a curved top and one gate has a flat top. My colleague Will prefers the curved top, and I thought the flat top would be a little less overstated, a little more understated. You know, we'll certainly defer to what the commission prefers. It's a solid wrought iron fence, 6 feet high, correct?
Yes.
It jogs just to the right of the gate, about 2 feet. That's to accommodate access to the backflow prevention device that you can not see on the left-hand side, which is in that raised planter. And we wanted to make sure that the gate or the fence was toward Figueroa Street from the window of the building on the west, so that it didn't interrupt the window. And that's essentially it.
The elevations, I would also point out, show the landscaping and the potted plants that are intended for screening.
Yeah, there was discussion about having a pocket park. We essentially do have a pocket park. It's just not the one that you can walk into and sit on the grass. It's all very drought-tolerant landscaping, mostly succulents. We want to make this as easy to care for as possible and inexpensive as possible with regard to the city's water bill. The space between the window and the little parklet is 3 feet wide, and we took the brick around there between the planting and the window because we wanted to have access for maintenance on all sides. The back side should be pretty obvious what we're planning. Fence, or yeah, I think the columns exceed 6 feet, but the walls are 6 feet. It's a solid, heavy-duty wood gate that will have a keypad. That's the only modern look that you'll see on that, because there is at least one business within the Paseo that needs to have access.
Sorry.
We've already completed detailed drawings of the gates, the walls. The dark mesh is there to keep people from reaching inside and opening the gates from the outside.
Okay. Next sheet.
The light fixture is a small traditional fixture. It's the closest we could come to mimicking the State Street fixtures, but it's smaller and substantially less expensive. It's an off-the-shelf item. And it would go on top of the existing poles, if that's possible. If not, we can't, if we can't make it fit, then we'll get new poles. I'm assuming you've seen this plan, and we're able to read and get an understanding of what we're proposing. Can you scroll down a little bit? Down, no, the other way. The trees on the left, the one at the far left end is right adjacent to the sidewalk, the corner of the building. The big orange flowered tree, 2 photographs of it, is an African tulip tree that goes in 2 locations. And the tree to the far right is the one that we're proposing to replace the bottle brush with. It's a more vertically oriented tree, gets taller. I think it's better in scale with the building. The plants down below are essentially what we're planning for the parkway strip, and along the western side of the building. The 7 plants in the far left-hand corner at the bottom are those that we're proposing for the pocket park and the pots. The big cousin-it-looking plant on the lower right-hand corner is what we're proposing to put into the pots. It'll get pretty big, and I'm confident it's going to screen the transformer. That's essentially it.
And then lastly, just wanted to share, this is a draft civil drawing, just to give a little more detail of where the crosswalk will actually go. And you can see a little bit better how it aligns with the alleyway that leads to Lot 4 on the north side of Figueroa Street. And with that said, this concludes our presentation, and we're available for questions.
All right. Okay, so let's go to public comment now. So let's start with in-room public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please come forward. You'll have to fill out a speaker slip either before or after, but we'll come up to the podium here. We'll take turns.
And Chair Grunbein, while
Perfect.
we wait, I just want to announce that we are okay to move forward on the project per the
Okay,
attorney's
great. Sounds good. The lawyers have spoken. All right.
Thank
All
you.
right. Go ahead and announce yourself for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes to.
Yeah, so Charles Val for Cold Spring RE LLC. And so we own the building that has a business in the pathway, in the Paseo. So first of all, I would like to say I support the project. It's not perfect, but I think we have been going with this for 8 years, has been 4 years on HLC. So for such a tiny project, I think it's really I think we really need to move on. I think with this thing. So I have a few concerns. We have different material. We have a mismatch of material in the Paseo, which looks pretty poor. And in the project, I see that only half of the Paseo has a new material as pavers. I think we really need at least, I mean, it would not be fair not to do the whole alley. I mean, such a tiny alley, while we would do half and in front of our business, not doing anything. Because already, I mean, I was asked a few years back for support to put the SC transformer in exchange of redoing the alley. And years later, still nothing is done. And I can see there's landscaping for the AC transformer on one side, not on the other side. I mean, I think that's kind of okay. We can put some pots or we can put something to hide the AC transformer, but I really think the pavers should be going all the way. So that's really, I think, a reasonable requirement. And also I have a problem with the access, because what are we going to do with deliveries? I mean, we have a very high-profile tech company in that Paseo that pays, taxes and things. So I think it's not fair to treat them like that, because this has been ongoing for years and years. I can see also in the drawing that there was some trash again that were put just in front of the entrance of our office. I don't think any trash should be, anybody should see trashes when you come out of your office. You see canned trashes. I don't think it's right to do. I mean, there's a business that is not even from the Paseo that is putting trash in front of our building. I think the Paseo should, if there is trash in the Paseo, it should be only for the business on that block, not from any other block. There's one more thing is the access. So I think we can at least put some conduits under the pavers, whatever is the paver, whether it's paver, concrete, asphalt, even asphalt. I don't very mind, as long as it's one material for the whole alley. I mean, it makes a lot more sense, I think. And to put like conduits for the doors, because how are we going to open the doors if we don't have intercom for visitors or for deliveries? I think at the minimum they should put some pipes. It costs nothing, and it's just we have for the future. It will be very costly to do it afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yes. You can introduce yourself for the record.
Certainly. My name is Trey Pinner, and I'm the chair of the Downtown Parking Committee. I apologize for my phone going off earlier. I thought I was going to have to leave the meeting at 3:15. I was getting prepared to make my publics through the internet. So I'm glad I'm able to stay here and talk to you in person. I just want to address a few things. First of all, I want to thank staff for all the work they've done on this project. We in our committee have been tracking this for a long time and very anxious to see it get to this point and hopefully move forward. The reason we feel this project is very important is we view Paseos as the front doors to our parking lots. That's how people come to and from to the parking lots. So if the front door is not attractive and pretty, we find that that's a discouragement for people moving in and out of the parking area. So with all the Paseos in the city, we try to look at those as our front door areas. So we're glad to see this work being done. And we have found that the Paseo 3, Lot 3 Paseo, the one that's currently there, has really functioned as a back-of-house area for decades and has not been the chosen path of travel to leave the parking lot. We actually did a study to find how many people walk out the other side and cross the street, and the number's like multiples to one that actually used the Paseo. So we think this is a good direction to move forward to finally get the Paseo that really serves the walking public in and out of the parking areas to the sidewalks to move to lot number 4. I'll leave it to Mr. Cunningham and the team to decide on what the right plans are, but we just want to let you know how important we think this path of travel is, the new Paseo's path of travel is to the parking, and how well used it actually the drive aisle is used all the time, and obviously not a very safe place to be walking through. So we really want to encourage this new safe path of travel. I think the staff has done a great job in designing what's a nice area for the existing Paseo to still serve some purposes for the businesses in the area. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time on it.
All right, thank you. And anyone else in the room wants to for public comment? Otherwise, we'll go to virtual public comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. So I see a few members of the public joining by Zoom, so I'll go over remote public comment. So if any member of the public wishing to speak on this item would like to speak, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. So I can see one person has raised their hand, Julie Gerardo. I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Julie Gerardo, and I represent Jack Pocket. We are a tech company here in town. We're new to town. We have been here for 2 years. We are here in the Paseo. Our front entrance and only entrance is essentially the Paseo. So we actually find that we've had a lot of issues, and we do have concerns for access as well into our business. We have high-profile guests and investors coming through all the time. especially out of town guests. And it's just very inconvenient to have to either give someone a key every single time to enter. We're just kind of concerned on what's going to be done about that, if there's going to be some sort of access code or something that's going to be considered, because as mentioned, we don't have another entrance. That is essentially the front door to our business. And we're fairly concerned for, you know, kind of our future in that building if this isn't addressed. Yeah, we feel very strongly about that. And we do also have issues with deliveries all the time, with either carriers throwing packages over the fence, which is not ideal. We've had very many broken or stolen packages because they can't access the building even after me putting a sign out there. It's very unfortunate. So we just want to make sure that these concerns are being heard and considered when we do move forward in this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. So at this time, I don't see any more hands raised for this item. And we did not receive any written correspondence, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Grum.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it back to the commission for questions. Who wants to start us out? Commissioner Drury.
Yes, so Mr. Cunningham, you came up with the wrought iron gate, which was brilliant that particular morning, and we ran with that. But I'm wondering why the back gate, is it opaques to screen the trash receptacles?
Yes, that's the idea.
Okay,
But
there's
the trash enclosures have gates on them within the paseo. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, you know, one entering the paseo from the parking lot through the first wooden gate is not going to see trash.
Okay.
That's all already screened.
Is there any reason why it could not be wrought iron as well, of the same ilk?
Can we go to the plan again? Thank you. So there are two enclosures at the rear of the paseo. Been there. Actually, the original paseo plans, I'd be happy to show you the very small print I found in the file, showed trash storage at the back from the 1969 plan. And then in 1986, let me just zoom in here, the two enclosures were constructed with an encroachment permit. However, there are carts that aren't within those enclosures as well. The carts, as showed on the plan right now, there are some here and here. And then the rest, yes, are consolidated as much as possible within the enclosure. So the idea was to maintain a solid wall from the parking lot, which leads directly into the trash enclosure area.
So a question on that. So the swinging gates right now that are right at the other gates, yeah, right there.
Here and
Are those, is any of that existing?
yeah, sorry, to clarify, those are two existing enclosures, one on each
Okay.
side. And then this is an existing storage cabinet as well.
And then the new open locations are
But
there?
right here, tucked behind the storage cabinet here, and this one, this row has a potted plant proposed in front of it. There is also a container identified right here as well.
I have further questions.
All right, Commissioner Drury.
So I guess I'll ask it again. Is there any reason, I don't see in the explication if there's any reason not to have wrought iron on the back gates? Just for, well, only be, I'll make a comment about that when the time comes. And what about, is there going to be some sort of a safety crossing light, you know, like a pedestrian light to cross Figueroa Street?
Commissioner Drury, no, there would not be, we'd call those rapid flashing beacons you've seen in other places in town. The appropriate treatment for our traffic engineer based on volume and speed is just the crosswalk, so not an activation here.
Thank you. That's it, thank you.
So I just want to follow up on that question with the wrought iron. So if those gates, so I'm assuming that the answer is to the walls on either side, that they're, part of it is part of the existing wall of the, unless I'm reading that drawing wrong, which I could be. Are you using that existing wall of the trash enclosure to be part of the wall of the gate as well, and just kind of putting a pier or as, you know, as an
That's
addition?
correct.
Okay.
You can see out on the right-hand side, there's an extension that runs toward the parking lot, and then the column, and then on the other side, we're adding a column.
Okay, so the gates, in theory, could be wrought iron, in which case you'd see through them and see the two trash enclosures, and then what's beyond in the, and then everything else that's beyond in the Paseo.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
Follow up on that. So Marburg needs to get through the gate. And so has that been cleared with them having a key code lock? It seems problematic if they have different drivers and they've all got to know this code to get in there to get the trash out.
Yes, Commissioner Howes, we've actually worked with Marburg with the temporary situation, and they will be able to get in and out of those gates, because, yeah, that's very important. So we work closely with Marburg on maintaining the trash access. Yes.
And have you looked into any other solutions instead of that key code lock, like a Knox box for a Marburg to get in lieu of combination, and also a buzzer system where there's doorbells for whatever businesses that have access there, and they just press a buzzer and they get buzzed through by the tenant?
Chair Grumby and Commissioner Howes, we did, the type of keypad we looked into actually was a recommendation and a request from Jack Pocket. I've been in contact with them over the last few months, so we incorporated what they had requested. We did not look into an intercom system. That was the first time that came up was yesterday. So that has not been explored. I think there is some concern with if we have a private business's intercom system on a city facility, and the maintenance of that working could be a little tricky, but it's not something we've looked into at this point.
Okay. And then I couldn't see the specifications on the light fixtures very clearly, but what I could see is that it had fluorescent options, and I just saw no mention of LED, so I'm wondering what kind of fixture is it?
I think an LED is possible. We would follow HLC direction on the light fixture and the type of illumination you want.
Okay.
I don't think we have an issue with it either way.
Okay, I'll leave that to comments. Those are my questions for now. Oh, one other question. There was some discussion when we had that site visit about the bottle brush and possibly doing a deep watering feeding to see if they improved, and was that done? Do you know?
Chair Grumby and Commissioner Howes, I know that there was at least one deep watering. We can revisit the condition of the bottle brush. I think the last time we checked in on the condition and checked in with Nathan Slack, he still was recommending removal of those two, but it's something we can definitely revisit.
Seems to me it might have been 3 originally, and then maybe one of them. It was always 2? Okay, all right.
All right. Other questions?
I have a question.
Commissioner Lennox.
When Mr. Penner was here, he commented that he felt this was that safety was a real issue, that he felt this was addressing from the standpoint of conflict between pedestrians in the parking lot and automobiles. When I look at the plan, back off it a little bit so we can see. When I look at the plan and envision people walking in the parking lot from the south over towards where they get to the new Paseo, I see a real conflict between automobiles and people. So you feel comfortable that there is no safety issue regarding people walking, and the only way they can get from the center of the parking lot over to the new Paseo is by walking in the driveway.
Chair Grumbine, Commissioner Lenbeck, there will be a couple options for access. The primary path being one with an accessible ramp here. And then there's also a new accessible ramp here that doesn't exist today. So that'll be another option for parkers in this area. They can come this way. A lot of people come directly from the lot and just walk to the sidewalk.
They walk
from
through the
here.
parking lot.
Correct.
Yeah, but I'm saying, here, you're creating a Paseo, which they don't have now, because it's closed off. But you're creating a Paseo that will draw them to the Paseo from the middle of the parking lot for the south, if they want to go north. And as cars come in, they swing around and right on the path of a pedestrian. I mean, the question I have is Penner really happy with the safety that's being envisioned by this revised plan?
Commissioner Lenbeck,
Okay,
I can't
that's
speak
okay.
on behalf of Chair Pinner, but
Sure, he's gone now.
we definitely believe this design is superior with regard to safety and provides a lot of different access points. And it comes up to, it meets ADA, which currently these paths of travel don't exist. So it's going to improve ADA access as well.
It's chaos, utter chaos.
Is that a question?
No, I'm sorry. Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
but
Commissioner
any
Dre?
parking lot in the city has the path of travel. You take your life in your hand. In theory, people drive slowly in parking lots generally, and
Sometimes.
so, well, have you had experience?
Okay.
I just don't think I don't visualize that as a problem.
All right, well, let's get into it with comments. Any other questions before
Yes.
we go into comments? Yeah,
Yes, I
Commissioner
do.
Early.
Have a question. The eastbound side of Figueroa currently has a right turn lane into that parking lot, and this plan eliminates that right turn lane. I've got some concern that it backs up a little bit sometimes there, so have you really studied the elimination of that turn lane and if it's a positive benefit?
Chair Grumbine and Commissioner Uli, it actually, it changes the location of the turn lane, but it does not eliminate it. There is adequate room on Figueroa Street to still accommodate a turn lane. There's about 32 feet. So you'll still have enough for travel lanes and parking and a turn lane. So it does shift it out, but and again, we work with our traffic engineer very closely on this. So it will still be accommodated as part of this design.
Mr. Chair?
Okay. Vice Chair House.
Did you have any specification on the plans or detail that gives some information on the steel mesh screen that goes on the backside of the gate?
Yeah.
Could we go take a look at that?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I would use the Z key. Yeah. Note 7.
McNichols perforated metal designer, perforated majestic 2040 carbon steel cold rolled 20 gauge.
Well, that tells me
1-inch cross, 1-inch cross on 1.75" straight centers, 40% open area.
Can you zoom in tight to that thing?
Did you want Kevlar, Steve?
No,
Electrified.
no, not on that, but on the actual.
McNichols.
We don't need to see it bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, the precise design is not indicated in there.
Oh, okay. It's not representative, just.
Okay, any other questions? before-
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Commissioner Butler.
Just regarding lighting, so there was no additional lighting, correct? You're just basically changing out, I think, was it two light poles with the new, okay, that was just.
Okay, Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine. Just a couple questions. The alley across the street, that is private property, is that correct?
Chair Grumbine and Commissioner Ensberg, the alley is essentially half public, half private. The public portion owned by the city is 12 feet wide on the left side, or the west side, and the private portion is on the right. It's 10 feet wide, and so where the new pedestrian receiving ramp will align will be with the public portion of the alley.
The 12-foot?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Also, is this space that we're calling a paseo existing? This is an emergency exit, right, for the people that have have offices there. So they're going to exit out there and get out if there's a fire in the front of the building, correct?
It is an exit for the building, and yeah, so the gates will have to be designed for, you know, the appropriate panic hardware and everything that the building safety division would require for fire exiting. Yes.
Okay. And then finally, the storage cabinet that you referenced, whose storage cabinet is that? What is that for?
My understanding is that it's a city-owned storage cabinet. It's been there, I'm not sure exactly how long that has been there, for quite a while. And I think it's been empty in recent years. It used to store cleaning products in the past and hasn't been used in recent years.
So perhaps it could go away?
It's currently being used to house trash containers.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right. I'll add a question. Paving, did you look at and consider paving the whole thing or doing something to match per the one of the public speakers' comments, but also I believe per some of our comments from way back when. We talked about how the paving is mismatched and how that was, I believe, part of what we had commented from years back.
Yes, Chair Grumbine. So the focus of where we located or proposing the pavers is in that front area. I could pull up the picture again, where there is a very mismatch of materials, where the transformer went in and there was conduit and it wasn't replaced like for like. And we wanted to focus in the area that is visible from the public view, which is that first 45 feet or so. Whereas the rear portion of the paseo is in better shape, has consistent treatment to it. It's concrete and tile, not that.
And do you have pictures of that?
Yeah, sorry.
And while we're going to that, and maybe to Mr. Cunningham and the others, what would you call, what makes a paseo a paseo? In Santa Barbara?
I'm not prepared to answer that question.
That's good. It was a trick question.
Well, Mr. Chair, paseo is how, is enables people to pass. I mean, that's what it is. It's a walking area that gets from one place to another. The whole system of paseos in Santa Barbara has fallen into ruin. I mean, the whole Upper East Side was full of paseos going from Arriaga to Valerio and Loma to APS, and that's all been sort of garbage canned in a submission. But it's a shame, but this is really, I'll make comments.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so then in this picture, this is showing what is existing out that way, where it's basically brick in the center and then some concrete on either side? Is that right?
Correct. This is the rear portion of the paseo towards the parking lot, and where we were proposing to maintain the material, and then in the front, let me just go back to.
And then do you also have the picture where the columns is sort of in between space?
Sure.
Okay. So at some point, it goes to all concrete in the center where the columns are, and then to something else beyond where the trees are. Is that right? Or which way are we looking on this one?
This view
towards
is,
the parking lot.
yeah,
Oh,
is
got
also
it.
looking towards the
Okay.
parking lot. Let me see if I have it better. And this is looking back towards Figueroa Street.
Okay,
So you can see where the columns
Gotcha.
will be removed, where the concrete is.
okay. Okay, that answers my questions. Any other questions before we go into comments? All right. So this is a revised project design approvals are requested. Project compatibility findings are required if we so choose to go there. So, discussion, thoughts.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Drury.
I'm really pleased about this. This is pretty much exactly what we wanted. And I just make a couple of comments. I still think that the idea of having anything opaque, back to front, is an invitation for people to do nefarious things in the dark. I would like to see at least the idea of a wrought iron gate on the back side proposed, even if it's a little bit tighter in terms of visibility. But I think, in terms of seeing through. Let's see, what else did I? And I think that the idea that a gentleman who spoke, the idea of having a single paseo texture is important as well. I'd like to see that done. But I'm really pleased the fact that both projects, which we really, Commissioner Housen and I really wanted, was to have it be coeval, and it seems to be moving that way. Thank you very much.
All right. Other comments?
I wish someone else would comment besides me. and Michael
I'm
Drury.
waiting for somebody else to jump in.
Well, I'm interested to hear that Michael Drury is really pleased, because I'm really displeased.
Yeah.
Really displeased.
That's so amazing.
I can't imagine how displeased I am. We have a paseo now which is, 90, 100 feet long, existing, and we're losing it. And in return, we're getting a paseo which is not either as wide nor as long. And I don't know why this paseo that you're giving us on the west side of the building is not the full length of the building that's there, so that we can really have a paseo that is meaningful as opposed to a paseo which is a token. And everybody's able to say, well, yeah, you have conflicts in the parking lot all the time with people walking, but we have people here who are walking not willingly across the parking lot to get to the sidewalk in Figueroa, but are walking towards a paseo to get to the sidewalk on Figueroa. And that is in a direct conflict with the cars that are coming in from Paseo Street into the parking lot. If we had, rational thinking on this, that we'd say we don't want those kind of conflicts between people and cars. And I can't imagine approving this with half a paseo in length. And I think we ought to really consider seriously whether or not we are being, we're compromising if we accept this, and I don't believe we should. The other thing that concerns me is why we are getting so little landscaping in the front of the existing paseo. Why isn't there a massive amount of landscaping? Sure, you got to look through the gates, but why isn't there a massive amount of landscaping? And why do we? And since we can't walk on it, why bother to pave it? If you look on your pictures of plants there, what's the stalk, whatever it is. I have it in my house, but it's in gravel. Why isn't this whole area that is now paseo, which we're giving away, why isn't the flat surface gravel? Why put pavers down for someplace you're not going to walk on? And I think we need to have a more creative solution to what we do with that paseo, which is no longer a paseo, with a lot of landscaping, dry landscaping, maybe rocks, gravel, whatever, as opposed to walking by, looking through iron gates that we can't get into and seeing a paved surface. Makes no sense. I mean, you know, if you put gravel down, you don't expect to walk on it. So, you know, those two items are of concern to me. The third item is, why devote so much of the existing Paseo to trash storage? Why not consolidate all of the trash storage down on the south end? You got a lot of open space there. Why not come down at least to the tree, and make the end of the landscaped gravelled area that far down, and you know, put all your trash in a confined area. That makes much more sense than having this whole dumb space, which is going to be full of trash in a very short order. If it's there, the only people that are going to prevent that from being trash are the people that have a legal right to exit from their building into a public space, and that's being denied them by taking of this Paseo and making it a closed-off, trash-enclosed area. And, you know, I feel sorry for them, unfortunately. I will turn this over to someone else since I have vented here, and hope that they will find some venting on their own. Thank you.
All right. Does anyone?
In conclusion, I cannot support this at all.
I thought you were going to say you were going to make a motion to.
No, well, I'll make a motion to deny anytime you want.
All right, does other commissioners want to weigh in? Yeah.
First of all, I want to thank the city for the efforts that they've put into working with us. That said, I'm also very, very sympathetic to some of the public comments. And I think that access for business purposes, for the businesses there, is really, really important. And the story about delivery people just tossing packages over the fence, that's not an acceptable solution for a business downtown.
That's not going to stop.
Yeah, and I'm very sympathetic to that. I also think the request for consistency in a design for what is a relatively small urban space is entirely appropriate, and I would like to see greater consistency, whether it's paving or some other surface. Finally, I do have a lament about closing a public right-of-way, a Paseo, because of public nuisances or social problems, because I think it sets a bad precedent. It doesn't actually solve the particular problems. It just, we lose part of that. So I'm really torn about this. As I say, I understand and recognize that the city has tried to work with us, but I'm very much taking to heart the public comments from the business owners. And I think that their issues of access remain to be solved to their satisfaction.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, I suppose it's my turn to jump in. I agree in principle with Commissioners Jordan and Lenvik. I'm still very unhappy about this whole thing. I have always asserted, well, first of all, let me say, I think that input from the police department is important, but I have always asserted I can't support the gate right at the front of the Paseo at Figueroa, because that storefront is kind of a wraparound storefront. There's windows on both sides, and then to have this gate divide those two just makes no sense to me. And, you know, that's a distance of, what, 10, 15 feet or something. It just doesn't seem like that's creating anywhere near as huge the potential public safety hazard, you know, as the existing configuration. And whether it's landscaped or if it's just paved, if that makes it a little more inhospitable or whatever, I think that's better. I am really concerned about a mesh behind the wrought iron fence. It might be better if it's over the entire thing, but it looks industrial and institutional, and it just is not in the tradition of ironwork that we see in Santa Barbara. So overall, it just has a very piecemeal solution to the whole project. It just doesn't feel like it's being given the love that it needs. I think we abandoning this as a paseo and having the new paseo along the parking lot entrance is water under the bridge, which, is unfortunately partly as a result of the SCE transformer getting placed there without our input. I compare this to the paseo across the street. Well, it's not a lot different, and it's not being cited as being a huge safety hazard. So, obviously there are things like the existing pillars and the transformer that are making it feel unsafe, and we're not going to get rid of the transformer, obviously, at this point. But, I just can't settle for some solution that's, asked too much to compromise. And, this is not there yet, and I could not support what's being presented today.
Okay.
Chair
Yes,
Grumbine?
yes, Commissioner.
Unless,
Commissioner, yeah, and
thank
go
you,
for it.
unless Commissioner Uli wants to go first. Okay. Yes, I do have some comments. First of all, I always want to thank everyone because this is our community, all of us. So we have to all work together to come, I always like to use that Venn diagram example because we have to bring all of the pieces together, and aesthetics is very important, public access is important, the transformer is important, the trash is important, everything's important. So I appreciate the effort, but I think we've lost sight. And I believe that the Paseo system in Santa Barbara is one of our greatest treasures. And I remember years and years ago, to give you an example of another Paseo, is the one at the Arlington. And I remember how there used to be shops off the back of there. And it was just such a delight, to walk through there. And there were the shops, and you could go in from that side or you could go in from State Street. And it was magical. And over the years, it does not look like that anymore right now. It's moving the same direction as this one we're talking about today. So we need to figure out how to deal with the trash. And I think there's been some great examples that have come out in our discussion of putting it in the parking lot where it's easy for Marburg to deal with and not have to call somebody or push a button and all of that. And we just need to clean it up. It's time to just clean up all of this stuff. And that Paseo, I don't know why we're having to pick one or the other. I think that Paseo is an important one, and it just needs to be cleaned up. I think the transformer can probably just stay there, but just open it up and make it be a Paseo, which is a place to walk and stroll. That's what it says in the dictionary. And it should be a pleasant place to walk and stroll. So you could just have simple plantings on the side and open it up through the middle so it's very clear that you can see where you're going and nothing's hidden. Nobody's going to jump out at you. So just clean it up and let's get our Paseo back. The other thing I would like to just mention is I think it would be fantastic for the city to instigate working with the Arts Advisory and doing competitions for art projects, like for landscape, for murals, for paving patterns, any number of things, and do competitions for our local artists and get money into a fund, because as we know, all of the Paseos that are beautiful right now are all on private property, and they're maintained by that owner. All of our city ones, of course, come out of the city budget, so we're all responsible for that. So if we could have some kind of a fund available to start working on enhancing all of these Paseos that are our responsibility and bring them up, I think that is what we need to do. So I don't think that, we're changing this from a Paseo to a private yard. It's an enclosed private yard. So I think we're just compounding the problem, and I don't, I'm not blaming anyone. I know we're trying to solve this difficult problem. So let's just get, work together, and critique is the best thing we can do. And everything we've layered on here is just making it more complicated and more difficult. If we just open it up, clean it out, and encourage more shops to be in these little paseo areas. Like we have one right now, I'm thankful for that. Maybe we would like to have some more so that there's more eyes on the street, there's more people moving through there. So I think we should have both, and I think it is the responsibility of any parking lot to provide safe access to and from the parking lot. So both of these projects seem like we should be doing them. Maybe this one that is called the new Paseo is doesn't go far enough. It needs to go further into the lot and help people to be able to angle off to get to their cars safely. But that seems to be, as I said, the responsibility of the design of that parking lot, regardless. And that the other is an existing Paseo that needs to be maintained. So that's kind of where I'll leave it for now. Thank you.
All right. I'll throw my 2 cents in. Could we go to the site plan that has everything on it? And let me actually start with a question, because the trash got brought up. Because there was the same conversation about trash previously, and I want to say even 2 times ago. And one of the points made at the time, actually, can you zoom out a little bit and scroll down? I don't know how, it's kind of cuts off, but, one more time, maybe one more time. There we go. Okay, so, if I remember correctly, previously it was discussed about losing a parking spot and or a couple parking spots down at the mouth of this Paseo somewhere, and screening it off with a big trash enclosure to get to take care of all these issues, these trash issues. So first to go to the question, was that considered, and if not, or if so, what was the reason why it was chosen to try to take it all in the Paseo?
Sure, Chair Grumbine, going back to 2015, when this project first came to the HLC, it was very conceptual, and it was to simply improve the Paseo. At that time, I think, was when the discussion of, well, what about trash enclosures in the parking lot came up. So there were some concepts explored following that meeting. I know some challenges were identified with getting ADA access. There's a lot of accessibility requirements for trash enclosures, and a number of factors that were leading the project away from constructing new trash enclosures. Also, the city doesn't typically construct trash enclosures for private businesses. It's on the private business to provide a location for their trash to be located, so that was another issue. There is opportunity to even add trash enclosures by the businesses, and some have even offered in the Paseo more of them. It was explored at that time. The project came back to the HLC again. I could go to the timeline. I think it was 2018 when we got to the concept after input from the Downtown Parking Committee to close off the Paseo and build the new pathway. And that was the concept that was brought for you in 2018 to maintain the existing enclosures, and the fence or the gate at the rear would provide some screening for any of the receptacles that weren't contained within the enclosures. So just a little background for these ideas have been looked at over the years. And this concept was brought forward in 2018 that we're looking at today. It's just refined. So.
Okay, I think that answers the question part of it. So it sounds like it's not common practice. It's not for the city to construct trash enclosures. I know at least when it was brought up, maybe it was last time or the time before, It was commented that we didn't want to lose parking, to which HLC responded, we don't care about parking. But not like that. But we care about getting the trash, if it solves the problem, cared about getting the trash as a potential off of it. Okay, so that, I think the question-wise I answered it. Could we go to the, well, actually, could we zoom out on this first? So I think from my point of view, when I'm looking at this, the paseo that we have that is a problematic paseo, I agree it's a problematic paseo, probably first and foremost is because the way in which no one wants to flow into an area that they can't see down the paseo itself, and also coming from the parking lot, you're not going to walk into a corner that you don't know what's going to happen out the other side. So I think just naturally people will always turn, and I know myself, I've thought about it as walking that space. The new paseo, I would argue, is not really a paseo. It's basically a long sidewalk with trees on either side, and the new portion. And I think it's trying to do something, but the reality is very few people, except for the ones parking way south, will actually go onto that. Others will just walk either in the drive aisle or on the new little mini ADA ramp and to sidewalk, and that's probably the path that most people will go. So functionally, I don't see us getting anything, and it's certainly not a paseo really out of that long extended sidewalk into the middle of the parking lot. I just don't think it'll work. It'll be this somewhat similar how this is a dead paseo and doesn't work. So I don't think that we're really getting much with this new paseo. But I get the issues and the problems. So then the question becomes, again, if we can look at the photographs, looking down the paseo, and this is a perfect. Even though we had over time the city has done columns there and a trellis and tried to make it look nice and put a tree in the middle, and then this trash enclosures on the side that are nice enough for trash enclosures. I think the reality is it's actually taken an already poorly used paseo in the wrong direction because it's visually cluttered it and blocked actually what you can see. So it feels even more unsafe. And if the tree was gone and the columns were gone, you'd at least be able to see from one end to the other and have some visual clarity. So I think, in my mind, when I look at that, I think that this is the struggle with this paseo. It's not a very good paseo, and then it got Edison. Dropped him into the middle of it, the transformer. So I think that's our issue. And I think from what all the comments that I've been hearing, I can summarize them. But all the comments I'm hearing, that's the struggle. Is we understand that this doesn't work right now as it is, but at the same time, we don't want to just give away a paseo and turn it into a private fenced-in, enclosed, just to be safe space, and then in exchange have an extra long glorified sidewalk as the trade-off for a paseo. So I think that's the struggle that's happening right now. I think the trash is obviously, we want the trash to go away as much as possible, but at the same time, if we built trash enclosures on both sides, we'd end up even making it even worse of a paseo. So I think that's identifying where we are in the challenge here, and that's I think part of what you're hearing for not being satisfied with this current solution.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Lembeck.
An observation since I'm sitting back listening. How is this different than the Granada Paseo? Come from a parking lot to a street. Okay, I don't want to answer that question. 2, we're told by the city that it's not their job to create trash enclosures for businesses. What are we doing here? And it's Paseo, we're creating trash enclosures for businesses. I mean, you can't have it both ways. And while this may seem not very polite on my part, we we start any discussion by saying we really appreciate you're coming to us and working with us and all this kind of stuff. The bottom line is, this paseo was stolen by Public Works from the city of Santa Barbara. They took it, used it for trash, put a wood gate on it. It was spotted by someone, and it came to us, and we said, "No, you can't put a fence on the Figueroa Street entry. Take it down immediately." And here we are, 2 years later, and we've got no place. So this paseo has been taken from the community by our own Public Works Department. That's a strong statement, and I should apologize for it probably, but I really feel strongly that we're losing something here that we're making no effort, absolutely no effort to save. Safety is a concern. Tell me about the Granada Paseo. A lot of light takes away, a lot of, illegal discussing action. Put a lot of light in here.
And clear line of sight.
And clear line of sight, try to plan this to make it work as opposed to planning to take it away from us. That's my opinion, and we're not making enough effort to make this work. So I interrupted you, and I'll let you carry on.
I think you interrupted me a good part, because I was just going to probably say the same thing like 10 different ways. And I don't know how others feel, but if there was a way of, in my opinion, and I've seen this project multiple times now, I keep thinking, why not just clear it out? And I know it's killing a couple trees and taking away some architecture, which those columns don't even have entices on them, so they're not even that great. But kind of clearing the way, and yes, we have the transformer, and maybe screening that as best we can, and then moving at best moving the trash enclosures or other enclosures that enclose that paseo, clear those out as best we can, and do a trash in the parking lot and give up a parking space or two. But in some way, making this, because I'm not seeing the exchange either between the new paseo that we asked for that was as good as the old, or at least close to it, and all I'm seeing is, and it's difficult without taking off a big chunk of parking to actually create an actual real paseo on the other side of this building. So I think that's a hard thing to do without giving up a lot on the parking side of things. So it might be even better just to try to clear it out and fix up this paseo as opposed to trying to move the paseo to the other side. But I think if you do that, we have a duty, or at least I feel that way, that for the public, that the new paseo is at least close to what the other paseo was that we're giving up.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Drury.
Yeah, I feel that we've led the city down the primrose path, and I think I'm really disappointed. We've given them directions. They've complied with the directions, with the exception of Commissioner Lenvik, who's vociferous. Actually, you're the one that got me involved in this. Thank you so much. I think that yes, this is a glorified sidewalk. It's not a true paseo. It's not between two buildings, but it does what it's supposed to do, and it gets people up to the parking lot number 4, I think it's number 4 up there, across the street. And I think that they've done, in good faith, they've done work for us. Commissioner Howes and I were part of it, of the subcommittee. I just think that we've led them down the primrose path, and I think we've done them a disservice.
Mr. Chair?
I'll let Vice Chair House go, and then Commissioner Lenvik.
I would just respectfully have to disagree, because I have represented each time that I don't approve of the location of the gate at Figueroa. I felt it should be back further. I didn't like the idea that there were still trash cans or carts, that were in full view. I've supported the idea of having a trash enclosure in the parking lot. So, I've expressed myself along the way. I've tried to work with them, but I just don't see much changing. So it hasn't evolved into an acceptable, successful project.
Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes, I remember sitting someplace on this desk when this discussion of the alternative paseo location came up. I remember saying, you're gonna, to do a successful paseo along the west side of that existing building, you're gonna lose 12 or more parking spaces.
Yeah.
I said that. I sat here and said that.
Yeah.
And so why not take 4 or 5 or 6 in the parking lot and make them trash right now, so, and avoid all this problem?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it's ridiculous that we're doing this,
So, I would say that, I don't think that either way that we're either trying to lead them down the wrong path, the city at all, or that we're, and I think this is the challenge of the design process with the very difficult site and a very difficult design challenge. And I think that it's not our job to design it, and we've had this discussion earlier today as well, but it is our job to critique it and to look at it from the side of for the greater good of the city. And I think what is happening now is if the city wanted to switch paseos to the other side, and we understand why, we wanted that to be an equal give in terms of what was created out of it. And I think that the problem is it isn't there, at least with this design and with this space. And I think Commissioner Lenvick's probably right. It would take a good chunk of parking off that one side to even start really form a space and to actually get that space moved through. So I think that it's right now it's seeing that there isn't support for the current design as proposed, and I think that's a difficult one because there's a competing problematic interests here. So it's not an easy thing, but I think everyone is operating in good faith to try to move it forward, but it has to be good enough to move forward.
Chair Groenbein,
Yeah, Commissioner Hansberg.
I feel like we're making this way more complicated than it really needs to be. I see a scope of work that involves we have that existing paseo. It's not going to go away. It's either just going to get gates on it and it's going to continue to exist just as a different kind of thing. It's a public right-of-way. It is a paseo. It will remain a paseo unless we put gates on it and make it be a closed yard. So I think very simply, in my view, we could eliminate, as you just said a moment ago, eliminate a lot of the stuff in there. Just do a nice brick paving all the way through, as you have half already. I think that's very nice. Leave the transformer, just let it be. It's a transformer, just let it be. And clean out all the other stuff. Don't put the gates up. Get some nice signage so that people know this is a paseo at both ends, and put the trash into the parking lot. And then continue to do the work as proposed on the other side, that's the access to the parking lot, which is, and maybe that could be simplified. Maybe that doesn't have to be quite as extensive as it is. But to provide the appropriate access to the parking lot that's required. You have to have that. So I think, go ahead and proceed with the work, but let's slightly change our way of thinking about it, and let's just restore that paseo by clearing it out and cleaning it up and letting it work like a paseo. And if we have
Commissioner Butler.
Oh,
Yeah.
no,
Thank
that's
you.
all.
Thank you,
I'm
Commissioner.
done.
I would support that particular comment. It feels like it's an incremental approach. So it's been, well, let's do this and let's do that, and we got wood over here and wrought iron over there, et cetera, as opposed to a holistic approach that just says, let's take it simple, let's approach it as a complete holistic approach to the whole area, and it just feels very, very incremental, and that we're trying to address every single little aspect of this, when I think simplicity is always better, et cetera. So I would support the fellow commissioner's comments.
All right. Others? Commissioner Uli?
Mr. Chair, it seems like we are just kind of grinding it and grinding it and grinding it. It sounds like project design approval is not going to happen, and I would suggest the matter be continued and brought back to the commission at a later date.
Okay. Let me try to summarize the comments on this design, and then we can put in comments as well for suggestions. So for this particular design, the commission felt that that it's not acceptable as proposed, that there is not the closing off of the paseo and the creation of a new paseo was not an acceptable. The new paseo was not an acceptable enough design to warrant the closing off of the other paseo.
It's not equivalent.
Yeah, well, not equivalent. I don't want to get into the weeds on a lot of the little pieces. I think that's the sort of the general comment. Let's start with, actually, the commission thanks the city for its continued work on this. This is a very important public project and an important part of the city. And so with that, and with that general assessment of the current design, multiple commissioners feel that a potentially acceptable design would include the clearing out and opening up of the existing paseo, including the removal of trees, columns of the trellis, what used to be the trellis, leaving the transformer in place, and simplifying and unifying the paving pattern.
Removing trash enclosures.
And removing trash enclosures and other enclosures the trash enclosures to be moved to the parking lot, so that the paseo is the most clear and visible, as well as adding a lighting plan to help deter nighttime activities that should not be happening. And I know that you also heard all the other particulars of the design aspects and comments and discussion, but I don't think that those are really important to be got into the record on this, because I think the overarching, you understand the overarching issue, I think.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Uli.
maybe we should ask the applicant if they want HLC to move on project design approval and see how that motion goes, or if they're willing to do a continuance and bring the project back.
To the applicant?
And part of my interruption, Mr. Chair, if I may, would you be willing, if you need a recess for a couple minutes? I don't know if that's helpful, or if the chair would entertain that if you need to discuss.
Thank you. Brian Bossy, Public Works Downtown Team Manager, and I've been following this project for quite some time, not quite as long as some of you, but I appreciate your input. I think the best thing now is for a continuance. We would like to continue to work with the subcommittee, and we appreciate the input. We need additional input in that regard, and more of a unified approach as far as that's concerned. We want to make sure everybody's on the same page. You are still saying bring back the entire project, including the crosswalk and I'm just going to call it a sidewalk, not a new paseo. But to continue with the entire project, but now removing the gates, opening that whole space up, really a pretty big switch as far as visually and things, that noting that yes, there's a transformer, and that's going to be there forever. Is that? I just want.
I think yeah.
We're trying to get
thank you. Yeah, you want
clearest
clarity.
guidance,
Yep.
because this, as you all know, it takes up your time. It takes up a considerable amount of staff time as well. Yeah. And our goal is to bring you something that you can approve, and we continue to do our best to do that, and continue to come and not quite get there.
And I think, yeah, so I think to answer your question, yes, I think that's what the commissioners were saying, both a solution, I don't know that it necessarily has to be as long or as long a sidewalk paseo or whatever as is, or as dressed up as it is, but a solution for crossing there makes sense, I think, is what, and I didn't hear any commissioners say that it didn't make sense in terms of getting accessibility and getting the safety across that as a mid-block crossing for that Paseo. And the bigger factor that we were concerned with was the opening of the Paseo itself. But it's a both and. I think that.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I don't think that if we get our Paseo back, I don't think it's our job to ask them to design a separate walk from the parking lot. It's not, I don't think that's what we're here for. I think our job is to get our Paseo back. And if they want to do something else, that's fine. But I don't think that we should be asking them to do two schemes again. I think they should be asking them to get our Paseo back. And to speak just generally, designers, architects, landscape architects, whatever, always have a problem. always have.
Whatever's better. Just so
We always have a problem of a client. A client is the worst thing in the world. And because the architect, he can't do his job well. And what we have as designers is we have a client who pays the bill, and we have a client who is the community. And we have as much obligation to that client as we do to the one that pays the bill. I mean, you know that, you do it all the time. And we simply got to say, client, we can't do that because we can't get that approved in Santa Barbara. Don't make me design something that I can't get approved. That's the problem. Cunningham is a wonderful designer, very talented. His firm is talented. I mean, they're doing the library, and I've never seen such a beautiful project in my life as the library which they are doing. Let him solve the problem, knowing that the Public Works Department has no interest in it. You know?
All right. Not
Mr.
that
Chair.
the public interest, or the Public Works, we still love you, but for the record.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair House. And I think we do need to wrap this up, so.
We certainly
Yeah.
do. We're pretty far behind schedule. I support this approach of continuing to meet and discussing. I just personally would like to say it's certainly not my objective to be an obstacle to the Public Works Department or to this project. But, you know, our client is the city and the character of Santa Barbara, and that's got to come first and foremost, so.
Yeah, and I just want to, was a good point of clarity, or that Commissioner Lenvick brought up, is I want to ask, do the commissioners feel that if the Paseo is solved, the existing Paseo is solved satisfactorily, do they even see the other crossing on that as part of what we want to see right now? 'Cause-
No.
It's not
Okay, so
obligatory.
if everyone in general is okay with that, that makes sense. And if you want to include it as a part of your project because you're doing work there, fine. But it's sounding like that's fairly uniform in terms of if you can solve that with using the current Paseo, then the other part doesn't need to be a piece of this.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion for an indefinite continuance.
I'll second that.
All right. Do you want those comments included?
No comments.
No.
Okay.
Let them watch the tape.
For the public's point, I
Yeah,
think
I
the
think we
comments you
should have
made should be.
the original quick summary, which was,
Yeah.
that was not, we appreciate the work that they're doing and continue to do, that the current design was not acceptable, and that clearing out the current Paseo is the design direction, including the aspects of removal that were listed.
And I think the added comment that the majority of HLC, as far as I'm concerned in my little scribble notes here, we're fighting for that Paseo.
Okay. All right, so that's the motion. Who made the second?
I did.
Okay. Commissioner Lenvick, do you accept that as
Yes.
the second? All right, under discussion, any more discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
With regrets, yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler, Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can we take a 5-minute break so I can wipe the blood off my face?
All right, yes,
get a shot
let's
of
do it.
whiskey.
Yeah, and get a shot of whiskey. No, not, not the second. All right, well, we will reconvene shortly.
We'll change your.
Order, Historic Landmarks Commission, August 31st. All right, back to order.
You need a gap.
Hey, Plaid Club.
Yeah.
Whatever, the whatevers. All right, so we are on to item 4. This is 1125 Anacapa Street, review after final approval. The project site is located in the EPB District Part 1. A proposal to add a new SCE transformer to be located on the city parking lot number 7, parcel adjacent to the La Arcada Plaza Art Museum and the library, was granted project design approval and final approval by the HLC on January 28, 2015. Additional work included realignment of existing sidewalk, new planting, and a new guardrail to an existing retaining wall adjacent to La Arcada. This is review after final. Is requested to paint the transformer box in quote, La Arcada exterior stucco. Project plans must demonstrate the substantial conformance to the plans that received final approval on January 28, 2015. The review after final request was last reviewed December 22nd, 2021. And since that was also before a couple commissioners, we'll review the notes on it, but and then if you commissioners can tell us whether you're going to be voting or just asking questions on this one. If you've watched the previous things and you're, of course, part of the voting.
Yes, Chair Grumbine, I did.
Okay, so comments and voting. And Commissioner Butler, great. All right. So with that, why don't we go to the, so welcome, if you want to introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Greg Wilson.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
My name is Greg Wilson. I'm the project manager for the museum's multi-year innovation project, and I'm here representing on behalf of the museum for this transformer.
Great. All right, and then the previous motion was continue indefinitely with the following comments. The commission has several suggestions for the transformer, which include providing artistic treatment of the transformer or a solid color paint other than the existing green on the transformer, to provide an enclosure with, or providing an enclosure with concrete block plastered with a steel grill over the top. 2, the commission is not in favor of planting proposed around the transformer and would like to see the bollards eliminated if at all possible. The motion was by House, second by Drury, 8-0-0. Manuel is absent. The motion carried.
Okay.
All right, so
So,
with that.
here we are, adjacent to parking lot 7, the library and the museum. Edison located the transformer for future connection by the library and La Arcata back in 2015. The museum presented a couple of different options, but ultimately the Paseo was, again, Paseo and a transformer. We have a theme here.
Yay, last day of August.
And this was constructed as shown here with the bollards as requested by Edison. The transformer is prominent to the public walking down the Paseo towards the museum, towards the lower level where the library plaza is being reconstructed, or down to Figueroa Street between parking lot 7 and La Arcata. Let me go back here, the transformer is shown as a single square in this diagram, but in fact it is not. It has several different facets to it, and these fins on either side make it difficult to perform any consistent artistic design to it. So the proposal of the museum is to paint it the color, which is a specific mix that was done by the architect for La Arcata. Well, last time it was any work was done there, and so we have the mix, and the proposal is to paint the transformer to disappear as best as possible into the adjacent surroundings. Its largest exposure is against the backdrop of La Arcata. There we go. And it's far enough from the library's wall that it really is more a part of La Arcata than it is the library. So the proposal is to paint it the color of La Arcata. The official name of it, La Arcata exterior stucco color, and it's just a color mix. And that concludes the presentation.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to public comment now. Any member of the public in the building wishing to comment on this? All right, seeing none, we'll go to virtual public comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. So at this time, I don't see anyone with their hands raised for this item, and we didn't receive any written correspondence. So I'll turn it over back to you.
All right. Back to the commission for questions.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Vice Chair House.
I seem to recall it might have been an issue last time of Edison allowing the transformer to be painted. What is the status of that?
I'm not aware of Edison having an issue with it, other than the fact that there are some notification decals and stickers on the transformer for warning or high voltage, and those cannot be covered.
Right.
So, not aware of Edison having any issue with it. I believe that consultant was consulted, and they didn't have a problem with it.
Okay. And if you could go back to the picture that shows La Arcata behind the transformer. There you go. The low planter walls, or the wall around that staircase that goes down and
Yes.
et cetera, those are a different color than the building walls, aren't they?
Correct.
Okay.
They are, I believe, the same color or similar to the color that is at the library.
Yeah,
This
seems
lower
like it
planter
is.
wall here.
Yeah. And then, has there been any discussion about whether or not those bollards can be painted out, whether they have to be safety yellow?
That had not been discussed before. There was only the request if they could be removed, and
Okay.
Edison said no to that.
Okay, which I understand. And then the minutes were kind of potentially confusing because it almost sounded like the commission did not support landscaping, but I think we didn't support the landscaping that was proposed. And so is there any landscaping under discussion?
There has not been. There was an initial discussion about it, but it was not accepted by Landmarks.
Okay,
At
what
the
was
point.
proposed at the time, but not the idea.
If I remember correctly, I thought that we were just kind of told them just minimize as opposed to,
Yeah, I don't know.
Eliminate.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
My memory was that we were concerned that it was too high and that people could hide
Oh,
behind.
that was a
So we
concern,
wanted-
yeah.
So that's what we objected to. A lower
Okay.
kind of
okay.
treatment would have been fine. It was about visibility. It was about people being able to hide behind it.
Okay. And
Chair
Go ahead,
Grumman,
Commissioner.
I believe also there were a couple, Ann Howard and Lauren Trujillo, if I got the names right, also from the Library Foundation had expressed the desire for knot plants for that because of the, trash, places for people to throw trash and places for people to hide. And
Yeah,
it was their expression, if I got that right.
Yeah, that's a congregation zone around the library, and they had made a request when doing the Library Plaza project that the plantings be low to discourage people from accumulating.
Just wanted to
Yeah, thank you.
highlight that, yeah.
Yep. Commissioner Jordan?
I'm done with my questions.
I have just one question. I'm curious about the history of the color. When was the last time La Arcata was painted? Do you know?
I do not know that.
Okay, I'm just,
I do know that any work that they do there, they have this color mix, and so if there's repairs or there's a,
and it's matched over the years, there's no problem.
correct.
Okay, that's fine.
They've
That's
not
fine.
given it a name, though. It's a specific color.
That's my question.
It's all the secret spices and herbs.
Exactly.
Recipe.
They tell you
All
how
right.
to kill you.
All right, any other questions? All right, so to comments, Commissioner?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
What I would support is painting the transformer the same color as those low walls, because I think that would disappear most. It just is an earth tone and becomes part of that low infrastructure. And I think the bollards painted out the same color. And I think low landscaping could be like Mexican feather grass or something like that, something low that is not good at hiding things. People tossing trash back there is a possibility, but that's always a possibility regardless of whether there are plants there. So I think the aesthetics are more important here. Seems to me there's one other issue, but anyway, that's basically it. Paint it out the same as the low walls and paint out the bollards and low landscaping.
Okay,
Mr.
other
Chairman?
discussion? Yeah, Commissioner Butler.
I would agree. It feels like a dead zone. I go by there all the time. It just feels like it's so commercial and it just feels like, I don't know what else to call it, a dead zone. So ground plantings, change the color. I don't know if with the bright yellow bollards, I don't know if we can change those or not, but something to make it at least assimilate into the surrounding.
We can verify the changing of the
Yeah,
bollard
that's-
color with
Yeah, there may
Edison.
be other issues.
I think they're
there,
more
but-
concerned about a vehicle banging into the
Yeah, it's a
transformer.
driveway. I
Sacrificial,
recognize that.
doesn't,
There's,
if a vehicle's gonna hit them,
there's all kinds
doesn't
of
matter what color it
people
is.
that
They'll
miss the
figure it.
turn into the parking.
They do put big
Sorry,
trucks
Mr.
down there,
Limbeck, another
so-
parking garage.
Yeah.
All right, other comments? Everyone kind of?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The planter beyond on the side of the La Arcata building, is that part of the Library Plaza project? And will that get some new landscaping in it?
To my knowledge, that is the La Arcata property. The statue there, the Anthony Caro, belongs to La Arcata.
Okay.
So I believe the entire piece that's there was part of the 1970s renovation, and that's on the La Arcata's land.
Okay.
I think that's just recently been redone though, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah, not the artwork, but that little cement abutment.
And just to be clear on what your comment you made, Vice Chair House, you're also talking about that raw new wall that is retaining, right? Painting that.
Parallel to the bollards.
Yeah, right alongside the bollards. Yeah, okay.
The low planter walls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, to be painted all the same color as the existing low wall. Okay. All right, any other comments? Yeah. Commissioner
Yes,
Ginsburg.
yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine. I agree with Vice Chair House about painting out the bollards not to be yellow, just to make them go away. And you'll forgive me, please, I don't know how much of this is part of the library plaza. I hope, I'm going to, that'll be my next little project, just to really dig into that project and see what all's going on there. But this is such a tremendous opportunity. This space is just very sad. And, you know, here's the museum with the beautiful entrance and this axial, you know, relationship. And when the most exciting thing is a transformer, I think we really have a problem. So you know, I can say that, and again, pardon me for being a designer, but, you know, there's this pedestal, when that's the only thing to look at. I mean, imagine if there were striped awnings. That could be
All right,
pretty
this
cool.
meeting's over.
I knew that was gonna come up.
Or imagine plaid on it.
Or
Going off the rails.
something.
We could paint
some
it.
color, and if that sculpture were more properly mounted, you know, a little bit raised up, and then if the lower part had some kind of planting in it, and there were paving through there that just brought it all together, this could be a really incredible space, and it should be. It's a paseo, like we were talking in the last one. So I don't, for me, and I appreciate, you know, trying to do something here, but I would not paint the transformer. Again, I would just let it be. It's what it is. Let it be. Paint the bollards out dark to match, and then hope that, you know, then get into the library and hopefully, and maybe L'Arcata, maybe they can be approached to deal with that sculptural. I don't think it's getting quite presented as well as it could be. You know, I don't even think people realize it's there. So I think there's other things that could be done to make that area more exciting, and that we shouldn't worry so much about a transformer or trying to hide it. It's just almost
You do
drawing
know
more.
that the Library Plaza project has gotten final approval.
Yeah, I do,
Okay.
I do. But, you know, if this belongs to L'Arcata, you know, maybe there's something they could do. And just one last thing I wanted to say, and I'm sure you guys have seen this, like in Europe and other places, they have more interesting bollards. They have like big balls
They have
or
stainless steel
cubes,
ones.
and, you know, and they could be covered with mosaic, you know, so you could have like 3 36-inch, you know, concrete balls there instead of those, you know, cylindrical column steel pipe filled with concrete. And it could become much more lively and much more exciting. So more of an art approach to it. So anyway, that's what I
Mr.
have to
Chair,
say.
I would like to make a motion, because
Yep.
we've
Please
looked
do.
at this before. And that motion would be to paint the transformer and the bollards and the low planter wall the same color as the other low planter walls, which is kind of an earth tone brown. And to provide, I guess it would need to come back on consent for landscaping, something low and soft perhaps, but also encouraging the applicant to work with adjacent property owners such as L'Arcata and the museum to enhance landscaping and the display of the sculpture.
I'll second.
All right. Motion by Vice Chair House, second by Commissioner Drury. Under discussion. Any discussion? All right. Roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes,
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It would be unfortunate to lose the history of all the paving patterns here. All right.
That motion
We're-
should have included return to consent for landscaping, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are on to item 5, the last item of the day. This is a new item, one-time pre-application consultation, 932 De La Vina Street. The project site is located within El Pueblo Viejo. The proposal is for a 4-story, 36-unit mixed-use development. The proposed project is adjacent to 125 West Correa Street, a historic structure of merit constructed in 1915 in the Craftsman style. Project must be found compatible with adjacent historic resources. This is a one-time pre-application consultation. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings would be required for project design approval. All right,
And
welcome.
Chair Grumbine, if I
Yes.
could interrupt before the
Sure.
applicants get started. I just want to remind the commissioners, and also just to inform anyone from the public that's watching, that staff does not review these early consultation plans for these pre-application consultation type meetings. We don't review them for any consistency with development standards. So today the developer is really just seeking your feedback on mass, bulk, and scale and architectural style. We'll come back and look at density requirements and things like that when they return. So really just looking for you to keep your comments and feedback along the lines of size, bulk, and scale and architectural style.
All right, thank you. All right, so if you could introduce yourselves for the record.
She stole my whole presentation. I'm glad that was my name's Craig Mimas. I'm with CAM Land Use and Development, and I'm the applicant's project planner here with architects. And again, thanks for the opportunity to let us introduce you to.
Oh, press, there we go.
Oh.
Okay.
Now you have to repeat that.
Yeah, I forgot it.
Nobody
so.
heard.
Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to let us introduce 932 De La Vina to you. Again, I'd like to remind you, we are on a pre-app, so many of our materials are preliminary. Our programming is preliminary, but we've proactively come to you really to seek your opinion, your constructive opinion and direction on the project at this point. So I would like to be as bold to say that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, once-in-a-lifetime project. Let me familiarize you with the site so you understand why I said that. The site's at the corner of De La Vina and Carrillo, major transit corridors within our central business district, opportunity sites. I added a couple other photos just to give you some context of kind of the surrounding and the neighboring rooftops and the building orientation. You can kind of see those in the two other photos I included in the presentation. Here's what we know of the site. We know the site includes an underutilized single-story, about 1,000 square foot building on an approximate 16,000 square foot site. We know we're in the CBD. We know we're on a transit corridor. We know that the site currently operates as a Jiffy Lube. You may have been there previously. And we know that the Jiffy Lube operator and the property owners have enjoyed a long-standing business relationship. We do know that Jiffy Lube will be vacating that site. They'll be going to an alternative location more conducive to their business operations. So we know this presents us with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kind of reconsider the Chapter 2 of this site for higher and better use. This site is an ADU site. It has a priority housing overlay. It's inside the CBD along a major transit corridor. It's adjacent to our city center, all in an era where housing is one of the greatest unmet needs. The property owners are committed to help satisfying our unmet housing need. The ownership hasn't excluded keeping commercial, but understand there's a serious need for housing. So with respect to our processing, and give you a little background where we're at, we've been sitting on the sidelines for some time. We did conduct a PRT review with the city staff well over a year ago, and really sat for the better part of this year or better part of last year and the beginning of this, while the form-based concept of FAR was considered on the ADU projects. Today we're before you kind of at the crosshairs of form follows function, or function follows form, or some symbiotic relationship between the two. And I say that because our approach before you today is really to gain your insight, perspective, knowledge, and direction on the form, what the exact unit count is, unit square footages, bonus density, inclusionary. Those are all project programmatics that are largely, to be determined. It's been recommended to us that we get the form right first. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to project architect CJ Hortzman. Together, CJ and I have been working hard from a site planning, urban design, development feasibility, and city policy perspective. So I'll let him kind of walk us through the design materials to date, and I'm available for any further questions. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Mrs. Guy. I am on. Great. Good evening, Chair and Commission members. Appreciate your guys' time looking at this. We tried to, as we approached the project, kind of review the EPV guidelines and wanted to include you guys in the design process as we approach how to kind of address this site and the opportunity we have with the program here. So from this first exhibit, you can kind of see how we developed the initial schematic design. We started with a ground floor mixed-use garage and parking massing, and we actually created setbacks because we know we have some smaller structures around. So we took some voluntary setbacks, both from both adjacent properties, even though within zoning we could be lot line to lot line here. And then step 3 we took is to just kind of throw the step back residential programming on top with a central paseo. We're trying to develop a quality of unit here that has at least 2 sides of light for every unit, rather than kind of these tight corridor loaded style buildings, more like a hotel. And then we use the vertical massing requirements for vertical circulation and bookends at each corner, as well as what we think is an attractive tower feature that really addresses the street and addresses the public.
And we can pivot to the plans too.
Yeah, and here was our design objectives here. Street-oriented facades to enhance pedestrian experience. So we really tried to bring this thing close to the street, make it friendly. We're going to be doing some, more detail work down as we get farther along to massage how this thing meets the ground. But general massing was to be street-oriented. We wanted to step back the massing with various roof profiles to kind of create more of a cluster of buildings rather than a single uniform building. We included several balconies, gable ends, and obviously breaking up that 4-story massing into a cluster of 2- and 3-story massing profiles with some tower elements for just talk about the function of the space. So elevator towers, vertical circulation elements, and balconies to kind of break that up horizontally. I have some other materials so we can go on into the plans and review with the plans in front of you that you had a chance to review ahead of time. So here's the general program as we've kind of laid it out. You can see that site plan, ground floor plan is kind of the mixed use component at the base, providing some off-street parking for the site, and then above the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor housing concepts are centered around the central paseo with some balconies. We haven't presented that for massing yet because we want to get really the public-facing side of this project reviewed first before we get the internals. But as far as the space planning, we wanted to leave in that central corridor for light and air and open to the sky above. But it is stepped back from that initial mixed-use level. This was the resulting preliminary elevations, and I'll kind of go through more of the details we wanted to use. Again, here's some contextual images because we want it to relate well to as you enter the central business district from Highway 101, entering into more of the red tile roof area, and adjacent corner sites all really have this Spanish Revival architecture theme that's been carried out and well executed in this area. And then stepping up the massing, you can see in those perspectives how we're set back, and we start to break down the massing towards the 1st and 2nd floors, step back and return those 3rd and 4th floors. And finally, some just details we're considering, and consistent with the EVP guidelines, but these hanging balconies, we think those are an attractive way to kind of break up the verticality of the space. Gable ends with scalloped roofs and kind of the deep inset windows. Some hanging planters to introduce some vegetation on the vertical face of this. Tower elements and the red tile roof to tie it into other central business district structures. And I think the rest is just contextual photos of the existing site. There's some, yeah, like I said, there's some smaller buildings around, but those are, we have like a lot of 2-story and 3-story massing around this site. So we're really a story above the context, but if across the street you have it's a, I think I call it a 2.5-story building because the second story sinks down into the ground, but it's really a 4-story mass across the street there. The Ralph's building is about a 2.5 to 3-story mass. So we're proposing a 4-story mass on this corner because it's a nice public-facing corner as you come in. And happy to answer any questions you guys have. Really eager for your feedback. We wanted to approach this project with the program kind of developed, but really get your guidance on how to sculpt this architecturally since it is a prominent corner.
All right. Does that complete your presentation? All right. Okay, so let's go now. There's no one in the room, so we won't have public comment from here. Why don't we go to virtual public comment? Do we have any virtual public comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. So at this time, I only see one person joining by Zoom, and I don't see any hands raised for this item. However, we did receive written correspondence from Mary Turley, Christine Newhauser, and Steve Dowdy, which were distributed to the board before this meeting. And with that, I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's go to questions for the commission.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Jordan.
thanks for the presentation. And on the issue of mass, bulk, and scale, because I think that's going to be a major topic. My question, I wonder if you could just take us through the formula and how you arrived at the number of units, 36, with a site that's 0.35 acres and the AUD high priority. What was your calculation that got you to 36?
Again, I'd like to remind you that our programming is preliminary and maybe it wasn't represented that well in the agenda item, but I think that's a placeholder. We were really working with the building massing, size, bulk, and scale to figure what we can do in there. Does code even allow for 36? No. Are there tools that we can use to get there? Almost. State bonus density will almost get there. Many of the units are under 811 square feet. So we have policy items to work out, but we are also in an era of having not enough housing units in our city. We're at an era of not meeting our current RHNA. We're at an era of 8,001 more units required. We're in the era of a new housing element coming out. So we're really looking to the 8 wise people here to help us with the design, and we hope to go back to planning and being able to work out kind of that policy. And we definitely intend to have inclusionary housing in this and meet all those policies. So I hope that answered your question. And again, I didn't want you to get hung up on the units so much because, yeah, that is work that we still have to do.
Well, I'll hold my other for comments.
Sure.
That's my question.
Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, you're proposing mixed use on ground level or floor level, first level for, is that retail?
Yeah, we had put in, again, programmatically kind of a placeholder, but at this point, office and retail is on the table for that bottom floor.
And can you go to the floor plan for that and just point that out?
Yeah, because I'm personally extremely familiar with this location.
Yeah.
As I know Chairman House is, he lives right down the street. And was there a traffic study conducted, anything on foot traffic or that sort of thing in order to make you think about retail or mixed use?
Yeah, at this point, we hadn't done a traffic study to this level yet, so I think we have office placeholders in there on the base level along with parking to support the development.
And some of the office could be, in support of, property management or that sort of thing of the units as well. That was a vision. So I wouldn't, potentially not having, that direct kind of customer to retail. It may be more of an office and a management perspective.
All right. Other questions? Yes, Commissioner Drury.
So, have you considered the impact of this elevation on the historic boarding house to the east?
That's what we're hoping to talk about today.
You have considered it?
Well, I'll let the architect speak, but I mean, I think, again, we're here to be constructive here. We're here to understand your concerns. That's clearly something that we need to talk about. The architecture, everything. So, yeah, we weren't ignorant of it.
Yeah.
Have you done a survey of the, any other four-story buildings in the neighborhood? Because that context would be important.
Yeah, when we went to contextualize this building and then work within the EPV standards and the guidelines that you were here reviewing it, we really, with Toolkit for a massing of this size, we're looking at buildings like the Canary and other buildings in this district that have these features, even Hotel Californian around the corner there, of this size or even larger. And when we consider the next door, the context, which is craftsman style, we tried to consider that as an initial design style, but for this kind of massing, for the four corners that are being established here, is kind of an entry gateway coming into this red tile roof district. Felt it to be appropriate to pursue the Spanish Revival style rather than a kind of a four-story standout massing that would be more in the craftsman style to fit next to those.
Thank you. And then one more question. Have you considered the impact of black and white striped awnings?
That's an ongoing.
We made sure there's no
Down there,
transformers
one.
within Paseos.
There we go.
No transformers within Paseos.
Perfect. All right, other questions?
Yeah, I want to follow up on Mr. Drury's question. I think you really ought to read the Landmarks Commission's guidelines that deal with building design, height, and massing. There's something like 14 items here that we concern ourselves about, and I think you really ought to look at that and read that. I mean, you talk about other four-story buildings in the neighborhood, but where is as you go down the street?
De La Vina or
where's the next
Korea?
four-story building down the street? You know, it's. I can't think of any. I can't think of any at all.
Are you talking about De La Vina? Or-
Yeah,
De La Vina,
yeah. You go down to De La Vina, there's no four-story buildings here.
Well, there is.
Even
It's
if
set
you,
back,
even if you go on
but,
Carrillo, even you going back in Carrillo Street.
There's one there.
The
I'm not sure that's four, but, and it's set back. It's
The old Victorian
just to
building?
acknowledge that it
Yeah,
is there.
it-
It is there. It's across the
Yeah,
street.
that could be 8 stories and it's set back, you know, in the middle of a lot like that. But I mean, you go down Carrillo Street. I mean, the fire department's 2-story. I mean, I don't know anything in the close proximity here that is anywhere near this, and I think you're going to have to show us that. One of the things that in our guidelines, avoid massing that overwhelms adjacent buildings and streetscapes. I mean, it's here, and that's not even talking about a historic structure. So my question is, have you looked at our standards and applied it to this design?
Yeah, that's why we're here tonight.
Good,
We
okay.
did look at the standards.
Okay.
There's no form-based design standards in those. You guys haven't given us setbacks based on certain heights and then setback this. So we're approaching this as a step-up project as we get on the main corridor here with Carrillo entering into the central business district. And we're looking across the street. We're looking down to the Canary Hotel as this steps up even higher as we go farther into the central business district. We're looking across the street to the Ralph's building, which is a 2-story building, but about a 3-story volume when you look at it. The fire station as well, I'd call it a 2.5-story volume as we're stepping up. So things are stepping up from De La Vina to this corridor, which is kind of an entry, I would say a gateway potential to
One of our,
downtown
one of our
business.
guideline standards is avoid massing that overwhelms adjacent buildings and streetscapes.
So Commissioner Lenvick, I know you
Is that
were
a question?
asking questions, but let's stick to questions. We'll get into comments after. All right, any other questions for the applicant?
Yes,
So-
Chair
oh, yeah.
Grumbine, I do.
Commissioner,
Yes, I do have a couple questions. I was having difficulty comparing the plan with the elevations and the rendering. And so on my computer, I tried to get them oriented the right way, but the plan doesn't seem to show the ins and outs that you have going on. You have these columns, these tower things at the end, and also the deck. So all of these elevations.
Could you go to the plan, actually?
Yeah, go to the plan view. It was difficult to. Yeah, the plan does not match the elevations. The elevations seem to match the rendering, but the plans don't match the elevations or the rendering. So that was of concern because where the decks are, they seem to be recessed further back. So that made it hard to
So-
really assess.
So turning into a
So the
question.
question is, could you explain your plan?
There we go.
There it is. Sorry
All right.
about that. That was
Can
my
you-
first question.
Yeah, can you scroll down and then just kind of, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your question. This, again, those floor plans are basically a programmatic diagram at best at this point. So we use that programmatic diagram to get into the next phase with planning, which they recommended meeting here to talk about the massing. We'll go back and let those plans be refined by the massing that we decide on. Our unit mix and size, we do have some placeholder unit types in there, so we're not reviewing unit types here. But
No.
we did want to make sure that we accounted for the requirements for private open space and decks and things like that. So I'd say those floor plans are loosely called floor plans. We'll call them program diagrams for the architects here. Maybe even a nice big bubble diagram at this point. And since planning has instructed us to go back and start to work with you guys on the massing, we'll let the massing start to inform those plans a little bit as well before
Okay.
making that effort to update those.
Okay, thank you. Then my next question is, so could you describe the entries to the building? Where's the front and how do people come into the building? How do they know where the entrance is or entrances are?
So we have
Maybe you could,
kind of, yeah, let me
can you
get to
point
this.
to it?
So on the ground level, we have vertical circulation elements, like the elevator and stair core here. That translates to the elevations. Next slide. At this point, and this point here, we're going to have, and what's missing here is an opening in, would probably be your entrance point for residents. These are storefronts for those little office spaces, and then this is utility grade space on the street side there. So this is missing the primary entry feature right at that location. That
Okay.
would be the walkthrough.
So that's where you're intending to be the main entrance?
For residences living upstairs,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, so I had one kind of general main question. So if you can scroll up to the perspectives. And there's some particulars in here, but just sort of kind of on the bigger picture, what were you looking at in terms of your inspiration for of either precedent buildings in particular or general, or where in, because I see a lot of different things going on, and so I'm trying to understand what you were looking at as your initial reference, and also some specific examples being, the tower on one side has a big, sort of U-shape, upside down U-shape that's holding the balconies, 3 balconies all in a row, or 2 wooden ones and then another. So it's a big form, it's an upside down U or an N. And then next to the right of it is sort of almost a 60s or 70s Spanish, apartment building kind of fins that divide the balconies as well. So it seems like there's a shift there. And then on the other side, when looking at the other elevations, it seems like trying gables and trying other things. And so what were you looking at when you were being inspired?
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple projects in the area. I think I referenced the Hotel Californian was one of the precedents. It's a little more of a clean, uniform look. And then we were looking at, for just kind of a massing study, to step up to the Hotel Canary right down the street. So the corner tower element really is supposed to step up to that more prominent tower down the street as you come into the city from that direction. The vertical circulation elements, kind of that funky kick to the side, they need to meet the ground still, but those are kind of other towers around town that we just wanted to make this look like several different buildings rather than one contiguous, because it is a large full site-to-site build-out. So it's meant to kind of look like a combination of villages and massing in different rooftops.
Okay. All right, that's it for my questions. Any more before we go into comments? All right, so let's go into comments. I think that your initial, we'll have other comments too, but the initial overview, I think, is going to be the mass bulk scale, pretty obviously, for this project. So I think the comments should at least focus on that, and then we can get into some of the other stuff too, if it's helpful. So let's. Who wants to start?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Jordan and then Commissioner Butler.
My comment, I asked about how you arrived at the number of units. We typically don't get involved in the design of individual units, but the number of units is a major factor in the mass of the building. Obviously, the more units, the bigger, right? That's why I asked that. And so in the next round, so to speak, I would like to see the number kind of nailed down, or at least the formulas, because I don't understand how you got to 36 right now. That's the only comment there. The other comment that I have is dealing with the mass bulk and scale of it in this particular area. Next time around, something that would help move the conversation along is I'd like to see street elevations. You gave us elevation of the building itself, but this is not a blank slate or an empty site. It's in a historic district. It's in a historic context. So it's very helpful to understand mass bulk and scale and its impact on context. If we have street elevations, not just the elevation of the building itself. And I know that you brought these photos in, which is a good place to start, but I really would like to see street elevations they have their own story to tell, so to speak. So those are and my last comment is I think that the mass bulk and scale of this building will be a major issue all the way through. And I'm very well aware of the housing issues in Santa Barbara, in California, in the US, but there is also in our general design guidelines that's addressed, and there are sections that deal with how we, as the commission, are supposed to weigh conflicting goods. You know, two things that we both want, or two positives. And so there are suggestions in the general architectural design guidelines about how we as a commission evaluate that. So that's on our minds the next time up.
All right. Commissioner Butler?
I tend to be the quieter member of the commission. I'm not an architect, okay? I'm the at-large member.
You're playing one on TV.
But I do play one on TV.
That was good.
You can tell Steve's my director. But when I saw this project, I felt the need to really speak up. So first of all, I recognize and completely support the need for housing in Santa Barbara, believe me, as a person that has grown up in this town. When I saw this project, my first reaction is this is a monstrosity. There is no way 4 stories of this size is going to go on that intersection, sitting next to the Riviera Hotel, which happens to be a 2-story Craftsman historic building, right? So the scale is just off, in my view. Bring it down to 2, something else, but it's the mass, and that's what we're asked to talk about here, The mass and the scale is just way off in my views. And then the other part is that it does feel like you've taken elements from various designs. You need to understand what we look at as far as design and pick that design. We don't design for the applicant, all right? So it really behooves you to become familiar with the design requirements and the design guidelines that we support. There are variables within that, but that we support. This just doesn't look, it looks like a design that's been, you know, kind of scrambled egg put together, et cetera, et cetera. And then finally, I did ask earlier about the mixed use aspect. We have empty retail space in the city. I'm not persuaded that we have any more need for retail space. Let's make it housing. Let's turn it into housing. Because honestly, with empty storefronts, do we really need more retail space? So for the least outspoken person on the commission, I just had a very hugely strong, and you can kind of see sort of negative response to the project.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Vice Chair House.
Well, I'm not the quiet member. But I'm not the most vociferous either. I know this is a once-in-a-lifetime project, and you're trying to accomplish goals of the developer and get as much housing, and that's an admirable goal. But as was said, we have to balance that against what's right for Santa Barbara, both what's spelled out in guidelines, but also what's our sense from, I've lived here since 1956, so I have you know, great sense of ownership of our community. And I would agree with Commissioner Butler. I mean, this is just so not Santa Barbara, not remotely like Santa Barbara. And this is a gateway building. Carrillo is the main gateway into Santa Barbara. And I appreciate your comparison to the Canary Hotel, but there was a hotel there before that was just right to the sidewalk, and it was that tall, and so it had kind of that entitlement when they built the current building there. So it's not a context example exactly, because it could never have been approved if it hadn't been for the fact there was a building that big there before. And you know, that and comparing how things are laid out on adjacent sites, they're always set back. The fire department is set back. The other things at that corner are all set back. And none of them are this tall, and they're not right to the sidewalk. Some sense of a plaza in front of such a tall building would help it. But 4 stories is just too much. And then there's the issue of the historic structure adjacent to it. This building, I'm sorry, is kind of like a sharp elbow in the side of that historic building. It dwarfs it. You know, it doesn't embrace it at all. It just ignores it. Yeah, so as was said, 2 stories or something like that is what's appropriate for this corner. You know, and the architecture, I know you will work on that, but you know, there are elements of it that remind me of La Cumbre Plaza that was built in the 60s, and you know, it's just not right for Santa Barbara.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
There are, I suspect, options, but 2 blocks west on the same corner of Castillo and Carrillo, there's a, what is it called?
Las Fuentes?
Las Fuentes. You should take a look at that. That's a home run as far as we're concerned. I think I'm speaking properly. And there's between what you've presented here and that, there's lots of options. So we would expect something that takes into account our guidelines, which as Commissioner Lindvik said, is of supreme importance, because that's why we're here. But there are options, and I would expect that you will come. I don't dislike this particular architecture. It may not be Santa Barbara, but there are elements of it that, and I do like the different ideas that are expressed architecturally here. It's just not Santa Barbara. It's more like maybe Beverly Hills, which is nothing wrong with Beverly Hills, but still it's not Santa Barbara. We're a very unique operation here. Thank you.
I think you need to look at our guidelines specifically. And obviously, you know, when you got 14 points, you can't satisfy them all, but you can satisfy a lot of them. And I think you really got to look at our guidelines. Staff will send you a copy of them by email. And I mean, that's what I was looking at here. I agree with what's been said. It's just, it's too much, and you've got to find a way to transition a lot of space down to the adjoining properties, which are set back large and are much smaller, and you got to find a way to kind of build into that. Maybe you can get all your height at the back of your property or whatever, but you got to find a way to build into that. A couple of specific things. You have shown in your elevations and such, and in your plan, 2 garage openings. And they are, when you look at the elevations, they are huge, huge. And they've got to be much smaller and maybe just one. We have been, in the last several years, been working really hard to have garage openings not right on the street. And they've got to be pushed back, and they got to be behind the major features of the building. And I think it's important for you to work at that. Your corner elevation with 3-story big, it's not large, but a 3-story opening for balconies is not traditional. You don't find that kind of construction in the Mediterranean architecture that we deal with in Santa Barbara. And I think that one of the things that you've attempted to do here is diminish visually the size of your building by having a lot of ins and outs and ups and downs. And I think that when you get into trying to solve this problem, you're going to find that the less you've got going on in and out and up and down, the quieter the building will become. And the quieter it becomes, it will make it easier for you to get by with a larger building. So don't try to hide the size of the building with ins and outs and ups and downs. Try to make it simpler and more, a lot more plain faces on the building. And look closely at what is traditional Mediterranean architecture, Spanish colonial revival. An awful lot of the features on your building are not that. So, while I agree with everything that's been said about the mass scale and bulk, I think you got a lot of work to do on it. With regard to housing, and we all want to see housing in Santa Barbara, the city has approved hundreds upon hundreds of units of housing in the last several years. A lot of it which is not under construction yet, not online, and you will be the rear end of that stuff getting online, when you get a project going. We can only provide so many 510 square feet, 1-bedroom units in Santa Barbara. There are not that many single people or even couples without children and dogs to eat all that space up. People need housing, but they need housing they can live in and stretch out a little bit. And I'm concerned that we're finding an awful lot of people coming in and building housing, maximizing the number of units by putting a lot of small little units on their property. And I think that's going to come back and bite us in the ankles someday. And I think a lot of people would love to have a 2-bedroom unit and a place to put a barbecue outside and kick back with their buddies for a beer on Friday. None of the stuff we're seeing come in is that. And we need to have more of that in Santa Barbara. We need to have a place for people in Santa Barbara to lay out, the magazines on the floor and have the kids run around and have a good time and have a place to come home to after you've gone to the Kiwanis meeting at night. Seriously, we need to have homes We need to have homes in Santa Barbara, not just housing in Santa Barbara.
So that was a little bit beyond our purview, but but it was eloquent, so we let it go.
Mr.
So-
Chair.
Yeah.
If I could just
Chair.
add a couple comments.
Yeah.
Las Fuentes was mentioned before, next to that El Carrillo, and I think those were both housing authority projects.
Yes.
But for instance, well, so, you know, you've got a really tough nut to crack. I mean, context and neighborhood compatibility, but you've got the Canary Hotel, which is a high-end boutique hotel, and at the other extreme, you've got these two housing authority things that were for local workforce housing and for single-room occupancy. I do remember that Las Fuentes was built before we had the AUD program, and there are a lot of parking spaces provided, and it's usually mostly empty. And I'm struck that, you know, perhaps there's way more parking spaces in this building that are needed because you're, you know, close to transit, so they're largely not required. Sure. Well, the AUD projects now do, or some of them might be designed that way, yeah. Yeah. But anyway, you'll notice there's a big first floor garage and there's rarely very many cars in that. But yeah, El Carrillo, for instance, both of those are pretty simple buildings and they're quiet. And but you know, nor are they 4 stories, but they're because obviously, you know, you can't afford the embellishments, the architectural embellishments of a Canary Hotel, nor can you necessarily afford underground parking and provide affordable units. So it's a tough nut to crack. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so any other comments before I summarize and
I suppose I would chime in.
Yeah.
Just for the matter of chiming in.
Yes.
You got a tough nut to crack, as everybody has said. It will be extremely challenging to be sympathetic to the historic structure that's next door to you. And if that building were constructed today, it wouldn't be allowed because the style is not within the EPB. But nonetheless, it's there. In my mind, you're at least 1 story too tall. So I think you got to whack the 4th floor to start with, just right out of the gate. And then that leaves you a 3-story mass that I'm confident that we will all argue over the details of. It is a gateway to downtown. I expect that there will be larger buildings along this corridor in the future. It seems natural that that would happen, but the mass is going to be a big issue. So the next time you come back, it should not be taller than 3 stories.
All right, Commissioner Ensberg.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I just want to add, thank you. I want to say that, you know, obviously we're trying to get housing, but we'll do it as a community. There's a lot of projects happening, and together with all of them, we will get there. So you don't have to feel like you have to do it all by yourself. And the challenge we have is that we're going from the highest density in the CBD, in the downtown on State Street, and the two, you know, Anacapa and Chapala. You cited the Canary Hotel. That's where I believe we would have the tallest buildings, but then we're going to gradate down from there because you're right on this border. You know, you're sitting right there where you've got high buildings on one side and then you've got 1-story small little craftsman houses. So, you know, everyone said you have a challenge. Well, as architects, we love these challenges. This is what makes us excited, and this is what makes it really fun to try to find the answer to the puzzle. So I think you can, you know, it's fun. It's a great thing to do, and you can do it. So you really, as others have said, you know, you really need to walk that neighborhood and look at those other houses. And, you know, I would suggest even looking at, even the rec center, the Carrillo Rec Center, you know, that, something that has more of a flavor. There's also another new building, I forget the address of it, but it's the over the Monterey style AUD over on De La Guerra. Is a beautiful example. Just off of the, it's a great example.
Not either Santa Barbara, the other Santa Barbara.
Yeah, it's the one just down
Or
from
the De La Guerra one.
from the
It's
Historical
right across
Museum. And it's a really beautiful example of something that feels a little bit more traditional and what kind of bridges the gap between these smaller, and of course your next door neighbor, that fabulous building. And then the Castillo Carrillo, I mean, you gotta, you know, where's the mojo here, you know? You gotta sell this. It's gotta be, what's the name of this building? What is its attitude? What is it, you know? Who is it? And, you know, I don't see the front door. You know, I understand you're doing these sort of bubble dice, you're sort of backing into it, I think. But still, you wanna sell us on it, like say, hey, this is this really cool building and this is what it's gonna be about. And I would just urge you to be more creative. It feels a little generic right now, and I think you should be more creative with it. And I do think, you know, height is one thing, but it's the breadth. When you have a big base and then it goes up, that really starts getting intense. But so I think you could potentially have portions of, this is just my input, you could potentially have portions of the building that could be higher, but overall, I agree with what others have said, that it basically needs to come way down. And when you look at even the fire station, you know, that has a one-story shed roof, whoops, sorry about that, shed going up to 2 stories. So that building could even go up to 3 stories, I think, you know, that format. And let me just see if that's all I have. So just, you know, you really need to address those cottages, and I love the Castillo Carrillo one is such a great example. That one could be easily 3 stories, but it's got that plaza in the front that just tells you this is the entrance, come in here, and that's what you don't have, one of the things. So, and the pedestrian experience, which that also speaks to. So, yeah, I think that's it. But, you know, just find the balance between those 2 extremes.
So you're suggesting Casa del fill in the blank as a...
Yeah, like what is it you want to, you know, sell us on something? Make us excited, like, wow, look at this, you know? So, you know, don't be afraid to be creative and express your own creative interpretation of something that could really work based on what you're seeing in the neighborhood when you walk around and see all the different things. I would really encourage that. Thank you.
In Santa Barbara, north is State Street, north-south. That'll help us. And also, next time you come back, the floor plans really ought to get closer to the elevations. It's confusing otherwise.
So, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Chair House, and then we'll jump to Commissioner Ensberg, and then we'll try to wrap up.
Yeah. The project on De La Guerra and the Monterey style was mentioned, and one nice feature of that is it's got a corredor along the street frontage, as opposed to what you have where you have these balconies. And unfortunately, the reality is people's surfboards, their hibachi, their stuff like that collects there, and I would not want to see that here. And, you know, a corredor is not necessarily going to be the solution here, but I would worry about those balconies, just to let you know for future planning.
All right, and Commissioner Ensberg?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. One last thing is, you know, these mountain views that we all love so much and care so much about, it would be really helpful to have your eye, you know, the view that you take it from to be not bird's eye, because we can see the mountains then, but if we were down at the street, you know, to really see how it's going to impact. Thank you.
All right. And then the only other comments I wanted to add to it in terms would be, so there's character of the street, and you have 2 streets intersecting, right? So you've got De La Vina, and as you go in both directions, De La Vina, look at the pattern of the of the setbacks of the buildings, look at the size and their sizes and bulks and scales, and there's variety there, but there's a mix of Victorians, there's some craftsmen, there's some, you happen to be sort of from De La Vina and from Carrillo, kind of bumped by two, historic buildings that are 1 and 2 story little things. But there's a pattern of the street, and I think that's also on the De La Vina side, especially what you need to respect and start responding to as your building goes along. Especially, it's one thing to be a corner, but then as your building stretches, it also needs to respond to its neighbors at that street. So I think that is still unresolved, very strongly unresolved, because you're treating both the same way. One note I did want to make in terms of building to the sidewalk. If you do what you, in my opinion, because there's going to be a difference of opinion here, but in my opinion, what you've done on the Carrillo side of things is correct in the sense of putting a public actual office or some sort of public space right on the ground level. I think that is part of activating the street, and actually part of what, even if you can't go in there, having a public frontage, like for example, the Starbucks across the corner, you can't go into one side, but it's actually appropriate to still address that with windows and openings and show the life in that, and that's part of the pedestrian important experience. So I think you've done the right thing of putting those up front and then hiding the parking in the back. And I don't think that in this location you can get away with, on Carrillo, having entrances to residential. I don't think that is appropriate as such a public, right on the sidewalk, if it's going to be on the sidewalk. So I wanted to touch on those points. But the other main point was the stylistic point, and I think certain things have been touched on. I totally agree. I think conceptually you need to have clarity of what this building is. What it has to know what it is, and know itself. And I think looking at, I would recommend a book, the Guide to El Pueblo Viejo. It's a walking tour guide book, and the reason I recommend it is not just going around looking at stuff, because if you know what you're looking at historically and the architect and you start to see and understand what it is and read a little bit about it, it's basically you can do a little walking tour, self-guided, and see the different buildings and know a little bit more about them. I think it'll help you to start to analyze and get a feel for what those different architects were doing, and everything from the Californian to the Libero building is another one, Margaret Baylor building, is about as big as we get historically, and studying that is a good thing. I don't think that that's appropriate here because of it's just like it was explained, it's further outside of State Street, but it's along the lines of openings and courtyards that is very Santa Barbara. So I would recommend that, and really having clarity, and then when you come back, having a good page full of all different really inspiration buildings that we could talk about, and at the massing level as well, so that, because you're learning, going to be really getting involved in learning a language here in a very deep way if your building's going to come off well. And I think it really is great or important to start with really understanding what is making Santa Barbara currently the city it is. So I'd recommend that. That's my alarm to shut up and move on. Okay, so I'm going to try to give a quick summary here. You obviously have a lot more of the comments and it's recorded, so you can go back and listen to specifics. But so as of right now, with the current design, it's pretty much unanimous that the mass, bulk, and scale are not appropriate for this, as designed on this location. And with comments ranging from start off by bringing it down to a 3rd story, and also if you can even get that to work, but to look at specifically the Casa de los Fuentes, what was it? Yeah, Los Fuentes, as a way of transitioning from a 1 or 2 story up to a 3 story, was what they do, but as a way of looking at and transitioning from the street up to a larger massing. The garage openings were also pointed out, as the garage and circulation needs to be figured out with less openings, 1 or 2 at the max, and the way that they address the street is important. The historic buildings on both sides, I know that one is on one side, but the other, I'm not sure. Even if it's not on a list, it still needs to be respected as a one-story building. So the way in which those on De La Vina, how it talks with that one-story building is going to be important. So looking at both of those, both of the neighbors very closely and studying how those get space and are sort of being respected. Looking at look at the setback patterns and massing patterns along De La Vina, and then as well along Carrillo, and have a study of that, as well as the heights of buildings, of the closest buildings and the closest large buildings in a 1 to 2 block radius, and their heights.
Chair
The-
Grunbein,
yeah.
wouldn't we also want to say large and small?
Yeah, large and small. That's a good point. Yeah, large and small. And then tying to that, street elevations on in both directions, with at least the closest 3 or 4 buildings in each direction for comparison to scale. And then and because we're talking massing, the massing language, and as an example, looking at the historic drawings behind you and surrounding us, there's a variety here, but they're even the ones that change a lot and have a village look. They have a simplicity and a language even unto themselves, whether they're a single or a double. You can say, oh yeah, that seemed like it was one owner, and then this is the next owner, and then that's the next owner. So you kind of see their character, even though they're working as a village. There's a continuation of them as well. So looking at that, the floor plans need to match the elevations a lot closer at the next go around, and then views from all street views of the building coming up and down both De La Vina and Carrillo need to be included for next time. Anything else that I missed?
Elevations of views.
Oh, I mentioned street elevations to scale, and then also street 3-dimensional views from ground level. And the 3D model and visualization is very helpful. It's very good. Continue that, because that's part of the conversation, but we need to see it at street level as well.
Chair Grunbein?
Yes.
I would just also add just a strong front entry, knowing
Oh, yeah.
where's the front of the building.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
They heard that comment. All right. And any other comments that we want to add to that?
That's pretty good.
All right. So this is just a one-time pre-application. So those are our comments. I guess that's probably all we need, right?
Yes, no formal motion is
Yeah, no formal
necessary.
motion.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you. All right.
Are we adjourned?
All right. And so with that, I think we are adjourned.